How are you feeling? How long have you been here?
3 months, May 17th.
And what brought you?
That's difficult to answer.
Eventually resulted in your being here in the hospital.
That's difficult to answer.
inside my head of crying people facing death. Is this the end? Is this the end? Oh, I'm burning in the stone. There's no place to hide. I'm burning in the stone. This is the final genocide. What have we done to the world? What have we done to the world? I'm burning in the stone. There's no place to hide. I'm burning in the stone. This is the final
Who the fuck is Karlyn? She's just some sweet lady. She's like in a knitting. She does like a knitting stream. She's like a knitting YouTuber. She does knitting.
Can we grow up a little bit and
Alt
not
Girl
be
sent $200.
retarded?
Have you
Please.
seen the work of Karlyn Borysenko? Anti-commie cult leader and is obsessed with looking at what actual far-left communists are talking about and organizing today, infiltrating them. They infiltrated the universities, schools, media. She has the receipts to back it up. Primary source evidence. Infestation is dire and she calls Republicans idiots eating slop. Agree.
Thank you for the big super chat. Yeah, oh, I know Karlyn B. She's solid. She's funny. I
The
like
great
her.
noticer sent $200.
Literally.
So
Not
it's,
Ian.
it's not because I haven't dangled my junk into the combat zone on purpose to get some camera footage, but that's the big part of what's the
Is
problem.
that what you call reporting?
Go
and live
under if
streaming?
you're going to do it.
Yeah,
go
seriously.
undercover. Otherwise, you're wearing a hunk of meat in a lion's den. Nick Shirley, I love you. Take care of yourself, man. Karlyn Borysenko went undercover. Do stuff like that. Like if you want to expose this thing, don't pariah, please.
But Ian, here's and I agree with you to an extent.
I watch these streams, and I've been watching a self-professed fascist named Karlyn, who drinks and basically roasts these live streams. But weirdly, she has apparently embedded herself with Antifa before, and so it's such a funny stream because
So they tolerate her?
oh no, not anymore. She no. She's like, I mean, I don't know if she's trolling or not, but on her stream, she's like, I am a fascist.
Right.
So she's proudly proclaiming she's a fascist. I don't know how much of that is trolling, how much of it is real, but conservatives who are drawn to her stream will say things like, these people are funded by George Soros. And it's the funniest thing because she gets so mad. And she's like, get off fucking Fox News. Stop watching that shit. It's all wrong. Do these people look funded? Do these people look like they have money? They're not funded. It's so, and I guess her bigger point is by saying these are funded agitators and not saying what they actually are, which is anti-capitalist revolutionaries, you dilute what's really happening. Because what's really happening, according to her, and I think a fair amount of people, is that the economy is so fucked. The middle class is diminishing so much. The cost of living is so high that this is the perfect soil you need if you wanted communism to grow anywhere.
Out the world. They
And increasingly, they
The
see a
chat is
world
ours.
of environmental destruction.
Why can't you hear the clip I'm playing? Why can't you hear it? This is supposed to be my big introduction. You guys can't even hear the clip? Do any of my clips sound work? Oh, no. No. Well, hang on. I totally fucked that up. I was doing a big introduction, and we're going to watch the clip where we colonize the chat. And I totally fucked that up because I couldn't hear, the sound wasn't working. It's over. It's over. I'm a professional streamer on the internet. I don't even know how to use the internet. Where would this be? This would be in media. That's okay. I posted on Twitter. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. Okay, here it goes. Play. Why can't I hear that? Can you guys hear that? Can you guys hear? You know, why the fuck can't I hear my own fucking stream? Oh, I know why. I know why. Do you guys want to know why we couldn't hear the sound just then? Does anyone want to take a guess about why we couldn't hear the sound just then? Does anyone want to guess why we couldn't hear the sound just then? I had it turned all the way down. I had it turned all the way down. That's okay. I fixed it. I found the volume button. I didn't turn the volume button up. The volume button's now up. All right, we're doing it live. Okay, pay attention. Here's what we're gonna do. When they start to conclude, we're all gonna post in their chat at the same time. Whose chat? Our chat. But don't do it yet, okay? We're gonna keep our blocks because they're gonna block us all when we do this. But we have to do this. I'm gonna tell you guys when to go, and when I tell you when to go, you go over to their chat and you post whose chat? Our chat. Okay? Don't do it yet. We're all gonna do it at the same time.
Anything that lessens these divisions, such
I'm gonna
as
post
taking
the link to the
classes
top
on
of
gender
the
studies,
screen.
queer theory, or African American studies,
Yeah,
is a threat to their power structure.
stolen streams.
There has been an ongoing culture war against diversity on college campuses. I was fired for giving a talk on my own time, not associated with Texas State, for advocating socialism.
You were literally
Texas
teaching
State
socialism at
University
Texas
President
State, Tom.
Kelly
You said so.
Dampus, in his dismissal notice, claimed, relying on a video doctored by a fascist troll, that I, in my capacity as a Texas State faculty member, was advocating for overthrowing the U.S. government by recruiting students into a revolutionary socialist party.
Yes.
And that I said, quote, our tasks are laid out in the Communist Manifesto.
Correct.
I did not give that talk or this talk in my capacity as a Texas State faculty member. And I did not call for overthrowing the U.S. government.
You did, actually, Tom.
I did say our tasks are laid out in the Communist Manifesto.
Explicitly.
What are these tasks laid out in the Communist Manifesto?
He's doubling down. This
well,
guy
for
is
Marx and
doubling
Engels
down.
writing
He does not apologize for any of it.
They called for working with the Chartists, and a Texas State staffer was fired.
All right, I want everyone to go whose chat, our chat now. Whose chat, our chat right now. I want to get it as he's finishing up, and they're going to ban us all anyway, but it doesn't matter. They're not going to take our questions. Everyone go to their YouTube right now. Whose chat, our chat. Whose chat, our chat. Whose chat,
we can't just let it be repression that ties us together. What truly ties us together is that we're protesting and resisting.
Whose chat, our chat. Whose chat, our chat.
Students protested for 5 days straight. And my unions immediately came to my defense.
Keep going.
Texas
Keep
State
posting.
Employees Union,
chat,
which
our
represents
chat.
employees for the state of Texas.
We are occupying the chat. We are colonizing the chat.
Of University Professors has provided a lawyer. Instead of picking me off as an individual,
disabled the chat.
Texas State instead has ignited a movement for free speech. We also see this become a union movement as well. Membership in the Texas State chapter of the AAUP has doubled since my firing. And we're working on making similar numbers happen for the TSEU. And this is how we win, by being for something. We have a broad campaign.
They're so free speech. They disabled the chat when we colonized it.
And through love and solidarity, we will win. Thank you.
We are winning.
Thank you so much, Tom.
All right. That clip goes on for a minute, and I know it's confusing because I'm wearing exactly the same hoodie today as I was wearing then, so I look exactly the same. So you might think that we were watching something that happened today, but no, we're watching something that happened yesterday. Okay, if you missed yesterday's Socialism Live, where we were watching a presentation all about me. Did you guys know? If you missed yesterday, man, you missed a bad day to miss if you missed yesterday. Because yesterday on Haymarket Books YouTube channel, they did an entire presentation about crying about me. The socialists have now we have gotten so in the heads of the communists that they are now doing entire presentations just crying about me. That was not the only time I was cried about in that presentation. I was cried about by 4 different people in that presentation. 4 different people. I was cried about by Tom Alter. I was cried about by Imam Abdel Hardy. Imam Abdel Hardy also, by the way, Imam Abdel Hardy also cried about me on Blue Sky today, and I'm going to show you that. I was cried about by Jody Dean, and I was cried about by a professor at the University of Houston that I had never heard of. And he called me the modern day McCarthy, and I was like, thank you. Thank you for respecting my work. Yep. Imam Abdel Hardy cried about it on Blue Sky because what happened is on Blue Sky, I posted a picture of us colonizing the chat over on, or well, I shouldn't say colonize. Colonize is actually, oh, you guys can't see that. Colonize is actually the wrong word. We did not colonize the chat. We occupied the chat. And then it was, in fact, Haymarket Books that colonized their own chat because when Haymarket Books disabled their chat, they colonized it. They privatized it. They made their chat exclusive. We don't believe in exclusive chats here. We believe in inclusive chats, Haymarket Books, all right? And we now demand that Haymarket Books decolonize their chat and allow us back in because otherwise they're just being evil fascists and they're just trying to protect the chat. And we believe in free speech. Unlike Haymarket Books and Imam Abdel Hardy and Tom Alter and all the people running that presentation yesterday where they were all crying about me, we actually do believe in free speech here. And that includes free speech in the chat. And if you guys are going to need a free speech presentation and then you're going to colonize your own chat by privatizing it because you're pissed off that we said whose chat, our chat. And by the way, guys, listen, just as an aside, we all have to work on our spelling, okay? It should have been WHOSE. And I got it wrong too. Don't worry about it. Like pretty much everyone got the spelling wrong. So just for next time when we occupy our next chat, can we all just work on our spelling? I'm not trying to make anyone feel bad or anything. I'm not trying to make anyone feel bad. It's just an improvement for next time. The fact that we all fucking spelled it wrong. Steven spelled it right the first time, but then was convinced by groupthink that he was wrong. No, Steven, you got it right. No, we were wrong. You were right. Yep. But you know what? We still own that chat, okay? So I posted was this last night or this morning? This was last night. I posted last night on Blue Sky. I said, whose chat, our chat, and I tagged Imam Abdel Hardy. I would have tagged Tom Alter too. I couldn't find him on Blue Sky, but I did tag Imam Abdel Hardy. And to my absolute shock and amazement, Imam responded to me. Now, you see I'm blocked there because she's blocked me since then. We'll talk about what I said that got me blocked. But Imam Abdel Hardy herself, now you can see what I'm talking about. Imam Abdel Hardy herself actually blocked me. Now, Imam, you know I have another account, right? You guys know that I have like multiple Blue Sky accounts, right? Like everyone's clear about this. You can block me on my personal account all you fucking want. I barely even use my personal account. Imam, the only reason I even use my personal Blue Sky account is to troll you guys when cool things happen like this. But like 99.99999% of the time, I'm logged in under a completely different account that you guys don't know about. So you can't block me ever, Imam. You can try to privatize your space. You can try to colonize your space to make an exclusive space, but you can't keep me out, and there's nothing you can fucking do about it. Anyway, So Imam Abdel Hardy, after we occupied their chat, and I posted about it on Blue Sky, Imam says, Karlyn, I hope you and your friends heard me when I said my views aren't the reason you're lonely and can't afford groceries. Your enemies aren't us. Your enemy is a government that's put the interests of billionaires over your interests. We have no power over you, but they do. Well, Imam, you guys kicked us out of the chat, okay? So obviously you guys have some power over us because you colonized your own chat and privatized it and kicked all us out. You guys were actually the ones who were the oppressors yesterday. We were not the oppressors. We were the righteous occupiers of the chat, protesting the overlords that were trying to prevent us from speaking. Imam, you literally silenced us yesterday. Silence is violence. Silence is death. You guys were the ones that took away our voices. We allowed you to have your voices. No one talked over you. Occupying the chat doesn't mean you don't get to speak. In fact, you guys actually had the microphone and we're on video. I am blocked from Haymarket's chat. So Haymarket has actually excommunicated me out to the gulag. I can't even personally chat in Haymarket's chat anymore. So it's you guys who actually had the power in this situation. Well, what I said to Amon instead, what I said to her instead, and now we're in the replies on Blue Sky for me. I said, Amon, I've been married for 14 years, and not only can I afford groceries, but I had such a good last couple of months financially from covering your guys' protest that I bought an obscenely expensive, very capitalist purse, and I did. You guys know that. I got a really fuck off expensive new bag. And I'm so excited about it. I'm like, I've wanted this bag like forever. And I knew a vintage shop that had it. And I was so fucking excited about it. I spent an obscene amount of your super chats on a new bag. And I hope everyone forgives me of that because there is nothing that I don't have it yet. It's getting shipped to me. So I had to source the bag because this bag, we're talking about, like, I bought a fucking Hermes bag. Okay. Like Hermes, do you know how fuck off expensive Hermes is? I'm not buying that shit in the store. So I had to source it from somewhere else that they had it. Okay. But like, it's still a really nice fucking bag. Anyway, so nothing is going to piss these people off more than me engaging in capitalism and buying a really, really nice, I haven't had a new bag in years and I'm really excited about it. Anyway. And then I told him, Mom, capitalism is awesome. And I get to make a ton of money watching people like you. And yeah. I got a nice bag. This is like a keeper bag. This is like a bag that is. I'm gonna use it. It's just of like Togo leather, so I can fucking use it. But this is a Karlyn this is a Karlyn had a. You know what I've always liked? I've always liked, because I actually do have, fun fact about me. While we're talking about capitalism, I have two very expensive things that I buy. I buy sometimes very expensive original art, and some of the original art that I've had has appreciated well beyond what I bought it for, which is great. I also, on occasion, buy like very nice bags because I like very nice bags because they last and they look good. And also, I just love the dichotomy of me dressing like a hooligan, but carrying like a really fuck off expensive purse. I like the juxtaposition of those two things. I think it's funny. And the bag I bought has rose gold hardware, which is why I really wanted it. I'm really excited about it. Tolkien fan, treat yourself. I haven't, oh, man. You know, some people are going to say, you shouldn't super chat Karlyn because she's going to spend your money on a purse. And then I would say, you sons of bitches, I haven't had a new fucking purse in fucking years. And if I've had a couple really good months and I want to buy a new fucking purse, I will buy a new fucking purse. I don't ask for much. I don't even take vacations. I'm here all the time studying socialism. And then people get pissed off when I spend my own money on really nice stuff. Anyway, so I posted to Imam Abdel Hardy after she told me that I was lonely and can't afford groceries. I was like, I'm not actually lonely, and I assure you that I can actually afford groceries, Imam. And then Imam quote tweeted me again. And again, you see I'm blocked because she's blocked me under the other account. She said, wild to brag that you make money off of harassing people. And then I said, well, Imam, what did I say? I said, Imam, All I do is literally watch your own presentations, record them, and amplify your voices. You don't like that other people disagree very strongly with your ideas. And you guys can say I clip you out of context all you like. But reality is that I always provide the full video. Stop lying. And then Imam Abdel Hardy blocked me on Blue Sky. Yeah, buy whatever the fuck you want. Exactly. That's the spirit. Capitalism, baby. Capitalism. Buy a new fucking purse. Well, I don't need a new purse now. I'm getting a very nice new purse shipped to me. No, we do MK. We do Disenrage on Tuesday nights, so there will be no Disenrage stream tonight, but there will be a new Disenrage stream on Tuesday. And so Mom Abdel Hardy was crying about me. Tom Alter was crying about me. Jody Dean was crying about me. Some guy from the University of Houston was crying about me. Do you guys want to see another clip from yesterday's show of Jody Dean crying about me? Do you guys want to watch another couple of clips of communists crying about me? And we have other people crying about me today, too. It has been a very, very big let's cry about Karlyn day. The men are crying about me. The former Antifa. Well, I wouldn't say the former Antifa is crying about me. I would say the former Antifa is more being controlled by his audience, but we'll talk about that. Enrique Tarrio's really fucking crying about me. All of the retards from Portland are still crying about me. And the communists are crying about me as well. The communists have been crying about me for a minute. Everyone's crying about me. Karlyn, when the people saying not to send you money are giving Tim Pool $500 super chat so he can build a coffee house that he never opens, they're one to talk. See, that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. At least I'm being transparent that I bought a really fuck off expensive purse. At least I'm being I'm like, yeah, I bought something for me. Okay. I bought something for me that makes me happy. And now I'll sit here and watch socialism till the end of time for you guys to make up for it, to make you up for it. Anyway, let's watch this other communist complain about me. This is from yesterday's stream.
We don't know who's in our classroom, right? Or who's in the Zoom conference, or taping us watching things on YouTube, who's recording us, and who's editing and distributing our remarks.
That's who's recording you. Me.
You know, there was a terrible troll who went after Tom. This troll identifies as an anti-communist fascist.
As a fascist.
And attends conferences and webinars and takes videos. She did this to me as well.
Yes.
She took clips from a set of comments I made at Red May, which led to a whole bunch of different emails to the president, administrators, and all this at the colleges where I teach, other people, department chairs, and so on. And this died down for a while. And then after the Charlie Kirk assassination, someone emailed the president and the others again with this video clip, this edited video clip, with the message had a subject head, a shot through the neck of Jody Dean. Now, most of the email was about imagining how the president would, of the colleges where I teach, would actually be tortured and punished for having a communist on his faculty. So this is the lay of the land.
We're winning.
Right? We don't have safe spaces.
We are winning.
To actually think that we can express ideas, think that we can share political ideals with one another, think that we can think together. That's gone now. Now, we also know that many, many faculty, especially Black women faculty, Arab faculty who are not native English speakers, queer and trans faculty who, for whatever reason, don't conform to the professor norm, that they've had to endure things like this for a very, very long time.
I broke her.
Now we're seeing a version of this repeat the anti-socialist and anti-communism, anti-socialism, anti-communism.
McCarlinism. McCarlinism is on the rise, Jody.
Now as official policy, particularly in Texas, even when it expressly violates the law. So,
cookie.
What do we do? Well, like the bare minimum, the only way
you sit there
to
and
fight
take
back
it
is through solidarity. But that's like the hardest thing in the world for academics, right? It's like an occupational hazard where academics often think like they're the smartest person in the room or the expert.
No,
right?
I'm
the
the smartest
professors are the
person
one
in the
who
room.
grades. And lots of times, depending on our institution, we're like fighting over scraps, while administrators inflict all sorts of cuts and make us do more with less. But there's something in the academic attitude that cherishes the power to reward and punish, to dispense the award that impacts someone's life chances, grading, recommending, hiring, and tenuring. It's like we hold on to that little bit of boss power that we wield over others to detract ourselves from what's really going on. And we have to get rid of this mindset. We have to overcome our attachment here in order to build the struggle we need and create the sort of institutions that can make a better world. So this directly connects then with the last point I want to make, which is about, what next? And that has to be this changing of our mindset within the academy toward a solidarity mindset. And then we have to extend that far beyond the academy, recognizing the campus as part of a neighborhood, a city, a state, a country, the world, which means supporting unions for staff, for graduate students, for everyone. Right? We have to think about what's possible, free speech and free tuition, right? Tenure and sabbaticals for everyone, reading books instead of AI slop. And we have to be willing to push for it, right? Why not a general strike? I want to end with a line I listened to.
General strike, you don't say, Jody.
I'm also in London right now at H&M, and so I was listening to Mamdani's speech. It was so exciting to see him win. I was listening to his speech where he says towards the end, we have to respond to authoritarianism with the strength it fears rather than the appeasement it craves. I think we have to keep this line in mind and make this our North Star as we fight not just for scraps in the current system, but together to build a new one.
Bravo.
Yeah,
Bravo.
Yep. That was communist crying about me again. That was Jody Dean crying about me. Guys, we have one more clip just in case you guys didn't see it. Hang on, I'm trying to get, there we go. We have one more clip today of a communist crying about me that I would like to play. And this is all from yesterday's presentation. If you missed it, you missed a goodie. But before we do that, can we do the beer? Because listen, guys, I've been dealing with. Oh, by the way, thank you to Kate for the Venmo. I do appreciate it, guys. If you ever want to Venmo or Cash at me, it's Dr. Karlyn B, DrKarlyn B. Some people prefer to do that. I really appreciate it if that's what you want to do. We have a super chat here from C. No safe spaces anywhere for communists. That is the goal. That is the goal. Filthy Irish peasant living rent-free in people's heads is priceless. Yo, so it has both good and bad. I'll tell you that. Ninja artist, see you next time, Jody. I really appreciate everyone who has sent in super chats to fund my very, very, very capitalist habit. And I do have one more clip I want to play for you. But before we do that, I would like to do some beer because, listen, man, I've had a lot of people crying about me this week. It is mind-boggling the amount of people crying about me. And I'd like a drink, and it's Friday. And we have a tradition on the channel on Friday where I go to the craft beer store and I get 4 craft beers. I won't necessarily drink all these 4 beers on stream, although every once in a while I do. The reason I get 4 beers is because there's 4 rings and a thing. And so I like even numbers. It's the way it goes. There's 4 spaces. I'm going to fill it with 4 beers. I come back. I tell you guys what beers I got, and you guys decide which beer I drink first. For the Karlyn Purse Fund, thank you, Steven. I really do appreciate that. Why am I yellow? I don't know. The lighting is doing something weird. Daylight savings time has fucked with my lighting. There used to be sun out right now. Whatever. We'll have to figure it out. Anyway, the first beer I have today, this is from Bellflower Brewing, and it is called Witch's Brew. I feel like I've had this before. This is out of Portland, Maine, and this is a raspberry double fruited sour. So I bet this one's gonna be very red and very luxurious and very raspberry. That is option number 1. That is something sweet. The next option is something spicy. I've been a little bit spicy today, I would say. I told the leader of the Proud Boys he had a low IQ and a small penis. Did anyone watch that, by the way? We're going to talk about that. Did anyone see me tell the leader of the Proud Boys that he has a low IQ and a small penis? We're going to talk about that. Anyway, the next beer that we have is called Jalapeno Jack. And there is a hot jalapeno jack and there is a mild jalapeno jack. And of course, I got the hot jalapeno jack. So we have got jalapeno beer here today. That is our option 2. That is something spicy. Now we've got a few really, really, really rich options. The one with the chimney was pretty good. You had it the other week. This one, you had the chimney one? Or this one? This one that we're going to talk about? I'm looking forward to this one. I love, some Christmas beers are so good. This is called Santa Claus, Klaws, because it's from a brewery called Fat Orange Cat or something like that. And so this is an imperial stout with cinnamon buns. An imperial stout, which means anytime something is imperial, that means it's extra alcohol content, 9.1% alcohol content to be specific. So that is our first option for our something just luxurious. And then check this out. Who here has ever had beer that's aged in a bourbon barrel? Now, typically the bourbon barrel beers are just too much for me. I'm going to be honest. I used to actually drink more bourbon barrel beers than I do now. Because I thought I was being a badass and I was really into beer and all that stuff. And this is like when like bourbon barrel beers started becoming popular. But sometimes when you have extra alcoholic beers, sometimes they age them in bourbon barrels. It's kind of an interesting thing. This is called Lonesome Whistle Scream, and it's got a cool can. It reminds me of Reservoir Dogs a little bit. And it is a chocolate, vanilla, and coffee porter aged in bourbon barrels. So I'm going to put the poll in the chat, guys. You guys are going to vote on which beer I drink first. We again have our double fruited raspberry sour. We have our jalapeno jack with the hot jalapenos. We have our imperial stout with cinnamon buns. And that's going to be awesome. And we have our bourbon barrel aged porter with chocolate, vanilla, and coffee. And those are our 4 options for today. And I'm going to let you guys vote while we watch the last clip that I have from the epic cry fest that the socialists had about me yesterday. And this is a professor that I never even heard of this guy. Never heard of him. Didn't know who he was. And yet here he was crying about me on the internet. So enjoy.
Dr. Alter is personally confronted with the loss of livelihood, career, income, professional status, and position.
Oh, no.
But more than this, we're challenged now because this is a right-wing McCarthyite hit job.
Yes, it is.
And
yes,
the
it is.
administration of Texas State University has capitulated to this fundamental attack on the very moral, intellectual, and legal.
I am the McCarthy of our
university.
Generation.
Tom Alter is the victim of a far-right, disingenuous hit job.
Yes, not disingenuous.
Misrepresented
no
his words and his
I released the full clip, motherfuckers.
To prosecute a witch hunt.
Ooh.
The complicity of the Texas State University administration in this witch hunt is frankly appalling. They have violated the
They don't want to
intellectual
employ
mission
communists.
of the university, which is to create a safe haven for free inquiry, research,
not calls to overthrow the government,
and the publication and dissemination of new knowledge and information. They have violated the moral mission of the university, which is to be a bastion of the exercise of fundamental rights,
not
of
calls
free
to
inquiry
overthrow the
free
government.
Speech. And of course, they violated the legal mission, which is
he's almost spit it.
Those
he's
rights
so mad
that
he's
are
almost
guaranteed
spit it
in the United States Constitution with respect to freedom of speech, never mind freedom of assembly and related liberties. So this attack on Tom Alter is an attack on fundamental political, moral, and legal rights. If we don't respond to it in kind, if we don't build the largest defense and solidarity campaign with Dr. Alter, we are failing not only him, we're failing ourselves.
Challenge
we're failing
accepted.
the future generations.
Challenge
so let me
accepted.
restate for the record.
You will not win.
Tom Alter is a distinguished teacher.
Communist.
He has published a highly acclaimed book on the history of farmer and labor movements in Texas.
Because he's a communist.
He demonstrates there that socialist ideas, like his own, are an enduring part of the political culture of the lower classes in the United States and in Texas.
We don't want socialism at taxpayer-funded universities.
Someone who is also a social justice advocate, he's now being persecuted because he represents that fine and distinguished.
He got fired for calling to overthrow the government.
Radicalism and socialism within the United States. I really wish we could all do more than we've been able to now, but every little bit that we do to publicize Tom Alter's case,
please publicize it. Please do it.
Sign petitions.
Please keep whining about me.
Funds,
please keep talking about me.
State University.
Please keep calling me the new McCarthy. You guys are going to build my whole brand.
On a personal note, let me say that I met Tom Alter at a union assembly
No kidding.
in Texas
Union.
a little over a year ago.
Who would have
And
thought?
I discovered him there to be a kind, thoughtful, generous individual, completely dedicated to the pursuit of social justice. If we let individuals
Communism.
like this be dismissed from the university system today, we are creating a monster that is coming for all of us.
Yes,
We all
you
know the old
are.
slogan, an
Yes,
injury to
you
one is an
are.
injury to all.
And that's me.
In this case, let's make it very specific. An injury to Tom Alter is an injury to us all. So let's stand together.
Challenge accepted.
Let's build this campaign. Let's get Tom Alter reinstated, and let's send a message to the far right and the neo-Nazis and all of those administrators and politicians who engage in complicity with them, that we are drawing a line here, we're defending Tom Alter, and that this attempt to create a McCarthyite witch hunt stops here. Thank you.
Oh, honey, I will win every day of the week, and it's
Thank you
not
so
even going to be
much,
close.
David.
You know, if they want to say that we're doing a McCarthy witch hunt, I personally have no problem with that. Do you guys have a problem with that? I have no personal problem with that. But to be serious for a second, and it looks like the hot jalapeno beer did win in the poll, and I appreciate everyone voting. To be serious for a second, though, we got to talk about something serious, guys. Now, listen. The socialists that we're gonna I have a whole other video today about socialists and Tom Alter crying about me. This is another video that went up that I just found out about. It went up about a month ago, but there is actually another video we're gonna watch today of socialists crying about me. But what I really want to impress upon people is that, listen, all of the right-wing losers crying about me, Enrique Tarrio having a massive fuck off hissy fit because his friends are having feelings because they got their fifis hurt because someone told them something they didn't want to hear. Is the far left talking about them? Let me put the chat comments on the screen so you guys can see. Is the far left talking about Enrique Tarrio and the Proud Boys? We listen to the far left all the time. Maybe there was a time when they were talking about Enrique Tarrio and the Proud Boys. Sure, we can acknowledge that. But is the left talking about Enrique Tarrio and the Proud Boys now? No, they're not, because they're not relevant. Is the left talking about the retards in Portland and doing entire presentations about them? No, they're not. Is the left putting Andy No on a hit list wall at the Seattle Anarchist Book Fair? No, because Andy No doesn't live in America anymore, and he's not relevant to the far left at all anymore, other than sometimes he annoys them by posting mugshots on Twitter. But listen, the far left barely does. I have not heard the far left mention Andy No in a very long time. But do you know who the far left is complaining about? Do you know who they're complaining about? They're complaining about me. That's a presentation about me. That's a presentation about the people in this community. That's a presentation about them being really fucking pissed off that we keep going to their events and we keep secretly recording them and we keep showing people what's going on. That is what that presentation is about. You know, what Enrique Tarrio and his dumb fuck friends want to say is, Karlyn doesn't go undercover. Karlyn doesn't infiltrate Antifa. All she does is go to public events. Can you honestly imagine being that stupid? Enrique Tarrio and JD DeLay and his stupid retard friends in Portland, they don't even know what the far left events I go to are. One of the things that was so shocking to me today, Enrique Tarrio was wanting to make it out like he is the biggest enemy of Antifa in the world. And I said to him on the stream, and if you missed it, we're going to talk about it. I said to him on the stream, hey, Enrique, what are the most common names of Antifa organizations? Did anyone see this part of the stream? Enrique Tarrio is like, I am the enemy of Antifa. Well, actually, his voice is much higher than I thought it would be. I thought Enrique Tarrio was actually rather feminine, to be honest. It was a little disconcerting. But Enrique Tarrio was like, I am the biggest enemy of Antifa. And I said, okay, Enrique, what are the most common names of their organization? He had no fucking clue. Enrique Tarrio has no effing clue what the names of Antifa organizations actually are. Enrique Tarrio had no fucking clue what the names of the events that I went undercover at were. Enrique Tarrio had no fucking clue that I've been preemptively banned from all of these public events. And if I ever went as myself, I would actually get the shit kicked out of me. Minimally, I would get kicked out. They wouldn't let me in. So I have to dress up in a disguise. I have to change my name. I have to have all sorts of like fake stuff going on. Because the only way I'm going to get into those events. Those guys, Enrique Tarrio, well, maybe not Enrique Tarrio, but I bet you JD DeLay. I bet you JD DeLay, who is running his stupid fucking mouth all over the internet, I bet you JD DeLay could actually just go to a far left event because they don't know who the fuck he is. So all of these weak men are crying about me on Twitter saying she doesn't actually go undercover. Are the communists and socialists crying about them on the internet? No, the communists and socialists don't even know who they are. The communists and socialists aren't even paying attention to them. The communists and socialists are crying about me, doing entire presentations crying about me, organizing entire efforts. There are thousands of communists mobilized against me and my community right now, trying to get Tom Alter's job back. Literally thousands of communists are organizing right now to try to get Tom Alter's job back. Over 4,000 communists have sent letters to Texas State University demanding Tom Alter get his job back. What do we have on our side? We have me and my community, and that's it. The only people fighting against the communists who are trying to get the communists rehired at Texas State University right now are us. Because Enrique Tarrio didn't even know who the fuck Tom Alter was. I bet you JD DeLay had no fucking idea who Tom Alter was. I bet you none of the retards in Portland who claim to be fighting the left but are really causing more problems than they're fixing. None of these people have any idea who these people are. None of these people have any ideas what events I've gone undercover at. None of these people have any idea the amount of data that I have. But they want to cry on the internet about me for weeks and weeks and weeks because I won't follow their talking points by saying Chandler put some blonde whore in a chokehold. I don't, just to be really clear, to be absolutely just as crystal clear as I could possibly be, I don't give a flying fuck if the blonde whore in Portland got put in a chokehold by Antifa. I don't fucking care. You guys aren't going to press charges. You aren't going to do anything about it but cry on Twitter. Like, maybe move on to the next thing. I don't give a flying fuck about the blonde trying to sleep with all the MAGA influencers in Portland for clout, getting pulled off of Chandler's girlfriend by Chandler and having his arm around her for 3 seconds. I actually don't give a fuck. What and unlike the people in Portland, I moved on. I haven't even been focusing on Portland lately, partially because there's nothing going on in Portland anymore. And do you guys really want to know why the people in Portland are spending so much time talking about me? Because they have no other content to talk about. They have nothing else to do. It's very easy for me to say, all right, well, we're not covering Portland right now because there ain't nothing going on because I've got all this other shit over here. I have more than enough shit to do. I have more than enough content to cover. I don't need to be back there, but the problem is they don't have anything else to cover and they don't have anything else to do and they don't have another way to create drama. So that's why they're spending all their time whining and crying about me. The socialists are also whining and crying about me, but it is the right-wing fucking losers that end up sucking all of my time because now they're running around Twitter going, "Oh my God, she's so ugly and she doesn't go undercover at Antifa. And have you seen this picture she posted where my tits look really great in the picture they're posting, by the way, so I'm not even like really upset about that, but it's just like, it's like the amount of crying and bitching and moaning, and then they have the gall to tell me that what I'm doing isn't working. The communists aren't doing presentations about you idiots, they're doing presentations about me because they're afraid of me. Because they don't actually care if the Proud Boys, Enrique, if you're watching this, I'm going to let you in on a little secret, you fucking retard. The communists don't care if the Proud Boys come and attack their events. They're going to kick you out, and it's all going to be over, and they're going to go back to normal. Do you know what the communists fucking care about? The communists care about their ideas being exposed. The communists care about being recorded in their private spaces when they don't know they're being recorded and having that information put out there. The communists care about the fact that I'm going to their events, and they can't even tell that it's me, and I'm getting all their fucking propaganda, and I'm getting their organizing strategies, and I'm months ahead of all you fucking retards. That's what the communists care about. And we know they care about it because that's what they're crying about on the internet. Because my content gets results. And Enrique Tarrio still reliving his glory days. I thought that was really telling when Enrique Tarrio was like, back in the day in 2016, I got a communist fired one time. Well, what the fuck have you done since then? Because that was like, what, 9 fucking years ago? Almost 10 fucking years ago? What have you done since then? Have you done anything since then? Like, why are you resting on your laurels? You know, back in the day, I was really more successful than you in getting communists arrested back in the day. Well, that was 10 fucking years ago, bro. What are you doing now? What are you doing now? Well, you were mean to Andy No. Andy No was a great journalist 5, 6, 7 years ago. What's Andy No doing now? What journalism is he doing now? That's what's important. Necktie pick. I'm looking out for it. No, it wasn't the necktie pick. It wasn't the necktie pick. It was another pick. It was another one. But what I will say, guys, is there is actually something that we can do right now that's deeply important. So we're going to spend the rest of the stream just laughing and clowning on these fucking morons. We're going to spend, you know what? Listen, unironically, I've said this before. I'll say it again. On a personal level, I have no personal beef with Tommy. I find Tommy to be very, very endearing. The problem is that Tommy is surrounded by retards that are saying retard things in his ear. And those are the people that he's with all the time in Portland. I don't live in Portland. I live in New Hampshire. Tommy is hanging out with all of these just like really low IQ people, and they're talking to him all the time. And he's still very new to this space. And so Tommy hasn't learned discernment yet. We've all been there. I'm not trying to shit talk him. I'm saying that there's a process that comes when you get famous on the internet. And I have been through the process of having the retards around me, and I didn't realize they didn't know what the fuck they were talking about when they were around me, because you have to learn what you're doing. So on a personal level, I have no personal problem with Tommy. You guys have never seen me shit talk Tommy. You guys have never seen me, talk badly about him beyond the first night where I thought he was a drunk retard. And then he punched out Antifa, and I was like, maybe he's not a drunk retard. So I'm not going to do that. I think that Tommy has a lot of dumb people in his ear, and those who he's choosing to listen to. And I personally think Tommy is very entertaining. Do I think that Tommy is stopping Antifa? No, not in any way. No. Tommy is entertainment value. Tommy is fun to watch and he's fun to listen to. He is entertainment. He's not stopping Antifa though, and we need to be honest about that. He's just not. But it annoys them, and sometimes that's okay. Anyway, back to this. I need everyone to do me a favor. I need everyone to do me a favor right now. Because the socialists and communists are not crying about people like Enrique Tarrio, because the socialists and communists don't even know who the people in Portland are that are crying about me on Twitter. The communists right now, this is a serious thing, I'm not being sarcastic. The communists right now are organizing to get this Texas State University faculty member rehired. I need everyone to send a very nice email to president@txstate.edu, because this is the email address that the communists are using. And I need everyone to send a very nice email to the president at Texas State University. And I need you to say, Mr. President, or President Damphouse, because that's his name. President Damphouse, I want to encourage you to not rehire Tom Alter. We do not want our taxpayer dollars paying for a communist to be spreading communist ideas on college campus. And we find his call to overthrow the government to be reprehensible. And we do not believe that he should be in a teaching position to shape young minds in the state of Texas. And this is especially true if you live in Texas or have any sort of like thing where you're paying taxes in Texas. Make sure you mention that. You can, of course, wordsmith whatever email you want to send, but I have to emphasize, be nice, be concise, get right to the point. If you want to send a longer email, I guess you can, but like just be very, very professional about it. What we need to do is counterbalance the 4,000 communists who have emailed the president at Texas State demanding Tom Alter be rehired. They need to know that they have support on the other side. And since everyone else wants to cry about me, everyone on the right seems to be crying about me, I have to be the one to organize getting emails to the president at Texas State University so he doesn't rehire the communists. Wouldn't that have been a nice thing for Enrique Tarrio to talk about on his hit piece show about me today, by the way? Enrique Tarrio claims to want to defeat Antifa, and he could have told his entire audience, hey guys, maybe we hate this stupid bitch, but let's be serious for a second. We all have an opportunity to prevent a communist from being rehired at Texas State University, and maybe everyone, regardless of their feelings about this woman, maybe everyone should send an email to president@txstate.edu and very nicely and very professionally ask him not to rehire the communists. Wouldn't it have been nice if Enrique Tarrio had done that today? But no, he had to do a low IQ hit job. It was very, very, very confusing to me. Very confusing. Yeah, Enrique Retardio. I think that must be his new name. For real. Let's see. We got a Rumble rant. Effectual insurrection on Rumble says Enrique Tarrio is a snitch or a CHS or a Fed, in my opinion. I meant to tell you that, but it was my fault. He is also Roger Stone's bitch. Yeah, I mean, like, I know all that. But like, Enrique Tarrio was crying about me. And the thing of it is I was pretty sure he was going to do exactly what he did. But like, for people who watched it, do you think I handled it okay? Because I feel actually pretty good about the way I handled it. I know for a lot of weak men, I would have come across as too aggressive. And so weak men are absolutely going to be having feelings about my appearance on Enrique Tarrio's like gay fucking podcast. And I know that. And by the way, can we talk about this? They only have 400 followers on Rumble. Enrique Tarrio wanted to try to tell me on this podcast. Enrique Tarrio was like, you are not successful and your ideas aren't getting out to as many people as they could. And then he told me I only cared about subscribers, which I thought was weird at best. But I just want to point this out. Enrique, I'm so not successful that I have 5,000 followers on Rumble, and you are so successful that you have 449. So me, 5,000 followers on Rumble. And listen, Enrique, I don't even try to get Rumble subscribers. Like, I really don't. I literally don't even try to get subscribers on Rumble. If you guys want to subscribe on Rumble, that's cool, man. Go ahead. Rumble.com/Karlyn, Karlyn. I don't even try to get subscribers on Rumble. And yet I seem to have over 10 times the amount of subscribers that Enrique Tarrio has, even though Enrique Tarrio tried to gaslight me into believing that I'm not successful. Okay, Enrique, nice story. Effectual insurrection with the Rumble rant says, in my opinion, they are Antifa, undercover, and MAGA, the woke gray. Yeah, probably true. Let's give this beer a try. Let's see how the jalapeno beer is. Oh, that is, yep, that's jalapeno. Oh, man, I don't know if I'm going to be able to drink all that. It tastes like what I imagine the juice to taste like if you got like a can of jalapenos or something like that. I don't know. It's certainly not the pickle beer. It's not salty enough to be the pickle beer. Hang on. Oh, I don't know if I'm going to be able to drink that. Oh, we're going to give it a try. Oh my God. This might be one of the rare beers that I'm like, I really just need to pour this out. That might be it. But you know what? Always worth trying. No, I'm not. Fuck you. I'm definitely not doing an IPA chaser. That is absolutely not happening. Anyway, so what else has been happening? Oh, so we had Enrique Tarrio's stupid episode about me today. Look at what, you know what the thing of it is that's so funny too. They were actually playing a very beautiful song in the intro. I want to play just a couple minutes of the song of the intro to this stupid podcast I was just on, because it was actually, how many views does this have? 124 views on Rumble. Enrique, I have over 2 times the people watching me live right now than you have total views on Rumble with your podcast. They tried. They tried so hard. We're not going to rewatch the entire show with Enrique Tarrio, by the way, but I do just want to play you a little bit of the intro song because it was actually a really beautiful song. It's ironic. I know the name of this song, by the way, because it is a really beautiful song.
Whose side I'm on. Two armies are coming at me.
This song is like about me.
Flags and weapons look the same. One tells the truth, the other's lying. And they're both calling my name.
I don't know who this is.
This is how villains are made.
This is how villains are made.
This is how villains are made. Ooh,
This song is about me. Is that what it is? Thank you. No one ever starts that way.
This is how villains are made.
So real. So real. So real. And I found it to be an especially ironic song once the episode actually started because Enrique just wanted to do this whole hit piece on me where I'm going to call Enrique Tarrio the Kiwi Farms journalist. Because like we have Andy No. Andy No is like the Twitter journalist now. Andy No doesn't do any real journalism in the real world. He just reports on stories that go viral on Twitter and he steals from independent creators and he pretends he came up with things that he didn't. And he has people do all his research for him and stuff like that. Andy No is a Twitter journalist. Enrique Tarrio is a Kiwi Farms journalist. And if you've never been on Kiwi Farms, please don't go on that website. Kiwi Farms is basically one of the most toxic places on the internet. It's not even worth going on. I know I have a Kiwi Farms thread. I know it's really long. I have literally never looked at it and I never will. But I know what's in the thread because the things that are in the thread keep getting used over and over and over and over and over again. And Enrique Tarrio, because he's a low IQ retard with a teeny tiny little penis, trotted out his best Kiwi Farms on this episode. But Enrique Tarrio is actually not the only person whining and crying about me, as it turns out. In addition to the communists who have been crying about me, we have a communist video here where they're crying about me. But like, and I don't really even know what to make of this one. Triple B Collective seems to be crying about me. But maybe not, but maybe not. Like I'm so confused why Triple B Collective felt the need to release a response video to me. And in going through the comments on it, it kind of seems to be that Triple B Collective's audience is convinced that I attacked him in some way. Now, listen, we're going to watch this and I'm going to keep an open mind about it because I actually don't want to dislike this person. I don't want to dislike this person, but I don't think this person was an Antifa. I'm sorry. I don't think they were an Antifa. I think they were on the periphery of Antifa. I think Antifa may have used them as like a useful idiot. And I'm not saying this person is an idiot. That's just the term. I do not think this person was an Antifa though. And to be quite frank, like, my chat identified that on the interview that I did with them without me even having to say anything. You guys in the chat identified exactly what I identified very early on, which is that we don't think this guy is an Antifa. And I got to be honest, man. I got to be honest. My chat during that interview was way meaner than I was. My chat was way meaner than I was. I thought that I really handled it about as nicely as I could have possibly handled it. I don't know what more I could have done to be conciliatory and open-minded and gentle. And if I had started attacking this person on my show, which don't think I didn't think about it. Don't think I didn't consider in my head saying, I don't think you were an Antifa, bro. And I don't know what the fuck you were doing, but you definitely were not an Antifa. Don't think I didn't think about saying that. And if I had said that, My chat would have backed me up. If I had actually said that, if I had actually been a much bigger bitch than what I was, my chat 1,000% would have backed me up. Sadly, no, you know what? No, not even sadly. I actually stand by the way I handled that because I don't think Triple B Collective is a bad person. I don't think Ty is a bad person. I don't think he's a bad person. I don't have any sort of anything against him. I think that he is a person that was doing a lot of drugs and fell into a really seedy underbelly world and probably was very depressed. And this was a place that he just ended up, and he didn't really understand what he was in because he was just in it to get drugs. And he may have participated in some stuff, but like, I don't think he was part of Antifa. I certainly don't think, like, he couldn't even define Antifa on the show. And again, I feel like I was really nice about that. And I feel like I really tried to bring the chat along at the end to say, listen, sometimes it takes a while to reverse engineer what happened to you and to figure it out. So I think I was about as nice as any person could be. And yet still, and this is going to be a lesson. People ask me all the time, they say, Karlyn, why aren't you nicer on the internet? Well, you know what? When I am really nice, when I actually go out of my way to be really nice and conciliatory and loving and empathetic and sweet and kind and all of these things, it inevitably, it doesn't fucking matter. It truly doesn't fucking matter. So it's like, let this be a lesson to everyone who says, Karlyn, why aren't you nicer on the internet? When I am nicer on the internet, I still get attacked by retards who don't understand what the fuck is going on. It is perpetual. I am in a perpetual state of being attacked by retards who don't know what the fuck is going on. And so, you know, why am I not nicer on the internet? What incentive do I have to be nicer on the internet? If I'm going to have to deal with this shit anyway, I am an Aries. I am an Aries woman. I am more masculine than the leader of the fucking Proud Boys. Like, do you think it is in my natural inclination to be nice to people on the internet? It is not in my natural inclination at all to be nice to people on the internet. And so when I go out of my way to fucking be nice to someone and conciliatory, and I still have to deal with bullshit and whining and crying, it's like, why? Why? There are people that love that I'm mean on the internet. There are people that love watching me yell at people. There are people who only watch this channel because they want me to yell at people. The reason people want me to be nice on the internet is because they got their feelings fucking hurt. And they didn't like it, and they didn't know how to respond to it because I can be one intimidating bitch if I want to be. But in this case of the Triple B Collective, I felt like I was very nice. I felt like I handled it about as nicely as anyone in my position could. And I still got a fucking response video. But you know what? I actually don't know what this said because I haven't listened to it. So maybe it's really not that bad. And we're going to listen to it and I'm going to respond however I want to respond, because why don't we just do that? Why don't we just have everyone fucking doing response videos all the fuck off time? Why don't we just do that? Anyway, we are going to start. And for people who didn't see the Enrique Tarrio interview from earlier, we are going to start with that. And I'm going to get up to the front of the interview and I'm going to go pour out this really fucking gross jalapeno beer. Fuck you guys for making me drink that. No, it's not your fault. It's not your fault. It's not your fault. You guys selected. I bought the jalapeno beer. I thought I was thinking about the pickle beer in my head, and I love the pickle beer, and the pickle beer is so great. And so I was hoping the jalapeno beer was going to be more like the pickle beer, but I can't drink this fucking beer. I can't. So I'm going to start this interview and then I'm going to go pour out this beer. And I'm gonna drink the Christmas beer instead. And that's what we're gonna do. So let me just get into this interview and we'll get to the part where it started, because we don't need to watch the whole fucking thing. And you guys can watch what happened and the fact that Enrique Tarrio doesn't know anything about me and doesn't and any of this stuff. And I'm just gonna go pour out this beer, and then we're gonna come back and we're gonna do a proper reaction. We're not gonna watch this whole interview, but we'll skip around a little bit just for people who weren't there. And for people who were there, I will give you my additional commentary into my into the hit piece that the leader of the Proud Boys decided to do on me, because him and all of his friends are fucking crying about me. Okay, here's the last thing I'm going to say. Does anyone else find it pathetic that Enrique Tarrio and all his male friends, to include JD DeLay, does anyone else find it pathetic that all of these men are literally just sitting around gossiping about me and crying about me? One in the chat, if you think it is absolutely unequivocally pathetic that Enrique Tarrio and JD DeLay and all of the fucking streaming retards in Portland, they're literally sitting around gossiping about me, crying about me, being angry about me, going through all my social media. Do you guys have anything else to fucking do? Do you have anything else to do? Do you have anything else in your life at all? Is this what the Proud Boys has become? The Proud Boys has become the bastion of crying about women they don't like who hurt their fucking feelings? What a turnoff. I've hung out with many Proud Boys over the years. And every single time I've hung out with a Proud Boy, I actually really enjoyed it, because I like men sometimes who act very masculine. I think many women do. But to have like all of these men who are claiming to be the most masculine men on the internet, y'all just a bunch of fucking betas. If you're literally sitting around crying about me and gossiping about me and whining about me and going through all my social media, you guys are acting like ex-girlfriends. You're all acting like ex-girlfriends. And over here in my community, I'm sitting here going, I don't give a flying fuck about your feelings. Stop crying. No whining aloud. I don't want to deal with this shit. I am not your fucking mommy. We are looking at the evidence. We are watching socialism and researching and looking at the evidence and all that stuff. I'm over here saying I don't give a fuck about your feelings. And Enrique Tarrio and JD DeLay and the Proud Boys are going, you should be nicer to us. Why are you nicer to us, Karlyn? Like, literally, Enrique Tarrio says that like several times in this interview. He's like, you should be nicer to everyone. No, no, I actually shouldn't, because I don't care about your fucking feelings, Enrique. Is Enrique going through menopause or something? Like, is he on his period? Like, because he's acting like a fucking woman. I should be nicer to people. What man has ever said the words, you should really be nicer to people and care more about people's feelings? You hear that from leftist women, you stupid motherfuckers. Oh, man. Hey, Goro just gifted 10 subscriptions over on Rumble. How cool is that? Thank you for the 10 gifted subscriptions over on Rumble. And congrats to everyone who gets a gifted subscription over there. Okay, guys, I'm going to play this video and you guys can watch this and I'll be right back. I'm just going to go pour out this beer and then we're going to move on to Christmas beer and it's going to be good.
It worked out perfect for the first time.
Oh, hang on. Let me grab this super chat. Karlyn teabags Enrique Tarrio with the biggest balls ever. I did. I fucking teabagged Enrique Tarrio today. Guys, my balls are bigger than Enrique Tarrio's balls. There really is a masculinity crisis in this country when I am more masculine than the leader of the Proud Boys. I can't even. Anyway, you guys watch. I'll be right back.
I didn't think we were going to come on screen. Welcome to the MBLE podcast. This is episode 3. I have a very special guest. Damn it, I'm going to fuck it up again. Go ahead and introduce yourself.
I'm Karlyn Borysenko. I'm an analyst and independent journalist that covers the far left. Hey, Victor, guess
Okay,
what?
awesome. So I want to start with this question.
Sure.
Who is Karlyn Borysenko?
Well, where do you want me to go with that? I mean, so do you want the full story? How much of the story do you want? Because
Let-
you know, there's a
let-
there's a story there.
Let's do about 3. I'll give you about 2-3 minutes there.
All right, so I think
You can use less. It's up to you.
all right. Well, I'll try to give you the too long didn't read for people who have never heard of me. So I kind of came into the political sphere in 2020. I was a Democrat for 20 years. I was people might remember me as like literally the knitting Democrat if you see me knitting. And there was a PragerU video about me where I woke up and left the left after social justice took over my knitting community. Kind of did the rounds with the conservative shows in 2020 and then decided I didn't really like conservatives and I became a libertarian. And then I hung out with the libertarians for a couple years. And then I realized that the libertarians weren't really going to accomplish much of anything. And so I kind of stopped hanging around with them. And in the meantime, starting around 2021, I started infiltrating like leftist trainings. I started with DEI trainings and organizations. I would get into their training. I would record them. I would put the training on the internet so that people could see what the left was doing. And that's really what I've been doing for the last 4 years of my life is going inside leftist trainings, documenting them, breaking down the language of the far left. I started going undercover with the far left and Antifa in 2022. I've been to probably a dozen different far left and Antifa events where I document them. I collect their propaganda and their literature. I analyze it. I tell people what the left is doing next. And my work has been continually extremely far ahead of where conservative influencers. So people are correctly pointing out, like Enrique Tarrio isn't listening to a thing that I said here because the goal of Enrique Tarrio here was not to actually learn. My mic was on. Did you guys hear me yelling at Victor? Did you guys hear me yelling at Victor? Oh no! Did you guys hear me yelling at Victor? Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Victor's fine. Victor's fine. Victor's fine. Yeah. Anyway, whatever. So Enrique Tarrio is not even you guys heard me yelling at Victor. I didn't say anything bad to him. No, I just told Victor that that I called the leader of the Proud Boys a low IQ retard with a tiny penis, and Victor was very happy about that. So that's all you missed. Anyway, so yeah, Enrique Tarrio isn't listening to a fuck off thing that I said because this interview was not about the truth. This interview was about Enrique Tarrio's friends are mad at me. And so Enrique Tarrio is going to do a hit piece on me because he's too low IQ to actually do his own research. Or with the far left, I know things that are the left. The abortion conference I was taken on, or the fact that I was just on an Antifa hit list in Seattle a couple.
What did you say? Me take a picture, and suddenly Donald Trump Jr. is now working with the leader of the Proud Boys.
So one of the first things that he asked me was about you were in a picture with Pete Buttigieg. This was after I got done saying I was a Democrat for 20 years and then woke up and left the left. He was like, well, why were you in a picture with Pete Buttigieg when I was a Democrat?
So I understand that. So, but the reason why I ask you this, because there's also a video of you talking about gender politics at the time.
When I was a Democrat.
So what's your position now on like, on that?
Well,
in
again,
that respect,
it's kind of like you guys are taking, this is part of the problem is you guys are taking videos from 2019 before no, hang on, let me finish, please. Let me finish I'll answer the question, but it's just like you guys are taking videos from 2019 that when I was still a Democrat that don't represent my stance at all today. And I feel like you're looking at those over like literally the thousands of hours of content that I've created on the internet in the past several years. Or the fact that I was just on an Antifa hit list in Seattle a couple of weeks ago. And so it's kind of like, what's my stance on gender politics now? I think that we should be burning queer books. I don't think that queer theory should be allowed to be published, should be allowed to be taught. I think we should be jailing anyone that wants to teach queer theory, especially to kids. I think we should be taking all the books out of the library and burning them in a giant bonfire. I was a Democrat, guys. That's my view today.
okay. No, and just to be fair, like I agree. One, I agree with your new stance, but And I don't bring it up to say, oh, well, this is the position she took. It doesn't mean that you can't change your position on it. I know a lot of people use.
Well, it's funny that Enrique Tarrio said earlier in the interview, well, you can change your position, because for anyone who watched it later in the interview, Enrique Tarrio basically said, you just change your position all the time. You just keep changing your position. Isn't that funny? Isn't that funny? Where in one sentence, when he agrees with the position I take, you're totally allowed to change your position. But later on in the interview, when I'm taking positions he doesn't like, you just keep changing your position. It's like, pick one, bro. Pick one. Either I'm allowed to change my position or I'm not allowed to change my position. Pick one. Can't be both.
Old clips to say, well, this is what she believes in now. I guess what I'm trying to see is, how does somebody switch their position, which is my next question.
And the other thing too is like how many fucking times, like literally how many fucking times have I done an interview where I have talked about leaving the left? Like, how many fucking times have I done interviews where I've talked about, here is my political journey and here is what happened and here is why? How many fucking times have I done this? It's like all of the stuff he's using, this is all from a smear campaign from 2021 and 2022, when I was being gang stalked by a fucking narcissist who fell in love with me and then wanted me to leave my husband for him, and then I told him no. And so he did this whole fucking thing. Like literally every single thing that Enrique Tarrio has in his retard fucking notebook right there is from a smear campaign that was from years ago. And it's like, how many fucking times have I told this fucking story? And it's like, these people don't bother to do the most bare minimum of, I just don't understand how you could have changed your mind. Well, bro, maybe you can go and watch any of like the literally hundreds of interviews or videos that I've done about this, because I'm going to be honest, I am so sick of talking about this. There is no topic that is less interesting for me to talk about right now than, Karlyn, how did you wake up and leave the left, and why did you keep changing your mind, and let's talk about your political journey. It's just like, again, really? I don't want to though. Like, and it's not that I have anything to hide, it's just that I've talked about it so fucking much. And I'm continually amazed that the people who are so interested in my political journey can't just go back and watch any of the other hundreds of videos that exist on this topic. Because, like, do I really need to talk about it again? I study far left subcultures and go undercover at leftist events and infiltrate leftist events. And by the way, we're going to be doing an infiltration this weekend, just so you guys know. Hang on, let me just check something real quick. Hang on. Hang on. Hopefully we're going to be doing an infiltration this weekend. Hopefully. Oh, wait. In theory, we will be doing an infiltration this weekend. In theory. But I'll talk more about that. Anyway, why do we have to do this again? Well, the only reason that we had to do this again is because Enrique Tarrio doesn't know what the fuck he's talking about, and this is all just a hit piece based on a years-old smear campaign because he's just being a retard on the internet.
How does one switch their, like, those positions? It's not classy of me to ask a woman their age, but usually you switch those positions when you're like 18 or 19.
Yeah.
So So how did you come about to where you switch radically in those positions?
Yeah, so I'm just gonna, maybe I'm gonna say this to respond to some of the people in the chat. Like, I'm a 44-year-old married woman. I've been married to a man. We just celebrated our 14-year wedding anniversary, and so I find comments about my looks or things like that to be just really reprehensible, to be honest, because it's like I'm a 44-year-old married woman. And by the way, I'm actually much more farther right than my husband is, like to like a significant degree. So my husband doesn't have any my like impact on my political views at all. We have our own lives, but what I will say is like, so how do I change my mind? Like the first time I changed my mind, it wasn't easy, bro. Like it kind of sucked to wake up and to realize that the political party that I had voted for my entire life had been lying to me. Like that really sucked, and that took several months. And the way my story got put out there is they said like I went to a Donald Trump rally. And by the way, I just want to make sure people know, by this point, I knew exactly what he was doing. I always suspected this was going to be a hit piece going into it because Enrique Tarrio and his friends got their fucking feelings hurt. But at this point, I hope you guys notice I'm actually trying to play it straight. I really was. I was like, I will play it straight until he reveals himself and he reveals what he's doing. And then I'm going to unleash on you, stupid motherfucker. But like at this point, I was still, look at that look on my face. Perfect. At this point, I'm still trying to just very much play it straight and pretend this is a real interview because I just think that's the most appropriate thing to do. Yeah, not queer, straight. Changed, but that's not what happened. It was like 6 months of research and watching people I thought I would disagree with on the right and asking questions, and then basically going through the process of cognitive dissonance where I woke up and realized. I also hope you guys notice I was knitting during this, and just so you guys know, do you guys want the super secret code as to when I'm taking an interview seriously and when I'm not taking an interview seriously? Here's the super secret code. Don't tell anyone on the internet, okay? This is just between us. If you see me knitting in an interview, I am not taking it seriously. If you see me knitting in an interview, I am pretty much being dismissive of this entire exercise because I think it's probably going to be a waste of my time. And at least I would rather do something productive with my time, which is knit, than do nothing productive with my time, which is not knit. And so if you guys ever see me knitting in an interview, it's because I'm being completely dismissive of what's going on and I don't actually really care. Oh, holy shit, the party that I thought I was
Speaking of
I was in
which.
bed with, I thought they've been lying to me. They've been lying to me my whole life. But the thing of it is once you change your mind once, and I've seen this happen with many people who I know that have left the left, once you change your mind once and you wake up to the fact that like one political party is lying to you, it becomes much easier to do it after that because you learn to identify the signals. You've already been through the process of like understanding that these people are all liars, like all of them are liars. And I think that that's true on both sides. And so it becomes a lot easier to kind of walk away from a political belief after you've woken up than I think it is before that.
Okay. And in these endeavors and in this passion that you created, this newly found passion, you've created multiple projects.
Oh, I love this. I love this. This is Enrique Tarrio. Do you guys know what he was trying to do? Because this is one of the things that the retards on Twitter say about me. This is like what we're doing right now. This is like the DVD special commentary edition of the movie. So I hope you guys appreciate it. So do you know what one of the things that the retards on the internet say about me? They say, Karlyn starts new projects all the time because all of her stuff is a failure. Now, is that true? No. No. Is it true that I start new projects? Well, yeah, I have a metric fuck ton of projects, but there is a method to my madness, as you guys know. But it's not true that I start new projects all the time and those things fail. Sometimes those things evolve. Sometimes I decide those things aren't going to work. Sometimes those things need to sit for a minute and they need to become something else, or they just need a minute to actually kind of like materialize. But what Enrique Tarrio is trying to do here is he's trying to get me to say that things I've started have failed. Yep, I've renamed things to make them more in line, to make it less confusing to people and stuff like that. Whereas literally nothing I'm working on and none of the projects I have failed. That hasn't happened. But what he's trying to say is, well, how many of those projects that you started are still around? And basically what I say to him is like all of them, like literally all of them. Because again, it's like, it's so funny because he's going based on the low IQ retard smear campaign. So he's only hearing the low IQ retard lies. And so he's going based on that. And so I think he's kind of confused when I say nothing, like everything is still going, because like he has heard from people that my stuff fails.
Can you name some of those projects? Let's start. How about this? Did you do any projects that would be construed as, I guess, political in the mid 2000s all the way up until now? And how many of those projects are still around?
So from the mid 2000s, so okay, so my political story really starts mostly in 2020. Prior to 2020, I was an organizational psychologist, and I still did do organizational psychology to a certain extent for several years after that. But I was doing corporate training. I was teaching, like, you know, the classes where people have to take the psychological profile, and you know, I teach them how to communicate better and stuff like that, which I know might be ironic given what I do now, but that's what I did for about 10 years. Before that, I worked in higher education, and so like I basically did have a complete like career switch when I started doing this stuff online. So since I've been doing this work, I mean, I wrote a book called Actively Unwoke: The Ultimate Guide for Fighting Back Against the Woke Insanity in Your Life. That came out I wrote it in 2021. It came out in 2022. I've written several books since then. I wrote a book, a 400-page book, debunking the Communist Manifesto. I have written dystopian fairy tales based off of like the Communist Manifesto and leftist stuff like that. I have my main website is called Decode the Left. That's also the name of my Substack, where I teach people how to decode leftist language so that you understand what they actually mean in their presentations and their videos and stuff like that. And the newest project that I'm spending most of my time on right this the second, is called the Center for Left-Wing Studies. This is a nonprofit that I've started basically to provide a research environment and a think tank where we are trying.
Inflation is destroying your savings, but gold and silver have protected wealth for thousands of years.
Trying to map out the modern activist left so that we can get a handle on how big the problem is.
So, and then just on that second question, how those projects that you started, because you started a lot of projects.
Yeah, I have a lot of projects. Yeah.
How many of those are still around right now?
Red Menace Press is my publishing company. That's still around right now. Decode the Left is very successful. That's still around right now. The Center for Left-Wing Studies is just getting up and running. I literally just started it a couple months ago, but I do have a very excited and active.
Are you crotcheting right now? Is that what
I am knitting, my friend. I am knitting.
Okay.
Do not disrespect the knitting, but yes,
Right.
I am. But yeah, I mean, so my main projects are all still around. I also have a couple of, like, I have a merchandise store. I have a YouTube channel and all this stuff. And so, yeah, everything is still around that I,
Okay.
you know. So what he was trying to get at is he has been told by people that my stuff has failed, and that's why I keep starting new projects, because my stuff has failed. And he didn't bother to actually look into any of what he was told. So he's like, oh, okay. So, okay. So he was what he was trying to get me to say is, oh yeah, that failed and I'm not doing that anymore. But that's not actually the case, you stupid motherfucker. Named.
Okay. So this conversation between me and you I usually stay out of, Twitter beefs altogether.
Mm-hmm. So then you should have stayed out of this, shouldn't you?
Because you held some arguments with some people that I know, people that I've worked with.
You hurt my
quite a
friends'
long time.
feelings. Yeah, let's talk about that. Because those people are lying about me.
And these are people that I trust, that have been around for a long time. And we've been doing work in Portland.
Shouldn't
for a long
trust
time.
them.
Some of them are newer to the game. And this all stems from Portland, and it stems from a advice that I gave you. And I didn't know, I was honest in the beginning of the tweet, and I said that I didn't know much about your work. Now I'm a little bit more educated in your work. So what I do see a pattern of, and feel free to correct me.
Oh, I will.
Is that these changes, these huge changes that you're having.
What huge
whether
changes?
You were a liberal before and jumped in, and in the beginning of the conversation, when you were introducing yourself, you said that you started as a conservative in the movement, then moved to libertarian. Like, you keep jumping from place to place. And what I do see, granted, going through
So
your
I
social
want
media,
to,
and you're
actually,
old,
you
you've
know
been banned
what?
off social media.
You know what? Let me actually see if I can find this. Let me see if I can find this on my, hang on. Let me see if I can find this. Because one of the things Enrique Tarrio keeps saying about me, and one of the lies that he kept telling, hang on. One of the things he kept saying about me is, you keep saying you're a conservative. Oh, really? Really, Enrique? Really? I kept saying I was conservative? Okay. So he keeps saying that, like, and this is again is something that I've heard for years and years and years. This problem is so bad because I have heard from conservatives so many times. You said you were a conservative and then you weren't a conservative and you betrayed us by not being a conservative. The fact of the matter is, I was literally never a conservative. Enrique Tarrio wants to say, you did all these walk-away rallies and you said you were conservative. Did I, though? Did I? Because this is a video from October of 2020 at the largest walk-away rally I ever spoke at. And you can see, I've heard this so many times for conservatives, that on September 21st, 2021, over 4 fucking years ago, I posted this clip as the perpetual reminder that I never was a conservative. Let's watch.
And I gotta tell you guys, so my walkaway journey is really interesting, right? Because I'm not a conservative. I left the Democratic Party 3 days after attending the Trump rally, but I became an independent. I'm not a Republican. I'm not a conservative.
I'm not a conservative. I became an independent. I'm not a Republican. I'm not a conservative. That was in October of 2020. I cannot be more clear about my position. You just changed sides all the time. But did I? Did I really?
And I gotta tell you guys, so my walkaway journey is really interesting, right? Because I'm not a conservative. I left the Democratic Party 3 days after attending the Trump rally, but I became an independent. I'm not a Republican. I'm not a conservative.
I'm not a Republican. I'm not a conservative. I left the Democratic Party and I became an independent. I am not a Republican. I am not a conservative. That was in October of 2020 at the largest walkaway rally that year in Washington, D.C. And that clip has been on the internet minimally. I mean, that whole clip has been on the internet. That aired live on the internet. But that specific clip has been on the internet since September of 2021. And Enrique Tarrio, expert fucking journalist on Kiwi Farms, still kept going this entire interview. You said you were conservative. You said you were conservative. You said you were conservative. No, Enrique. No, I actually didn't. Enrique. I actually never said I was a conservative. In fact, I said the opposite of that. In fact, I was so fucking clear about that there were clips on the internet, you stupid motherfucker.
That these changes, these huge changes that you're having, whether you were a liberal before and jumped in, and in the beginning of the conversation, when you were introducing yourself, you said that you started as a conservative in the movement, then moved to libertarian. Like,
you started as a conservative in the movement. No, wrong. No, never a conservative. No, wrong.
Keep jumping from place to place.
Yeah. And this is the other thing. This is the other thing is, like, that's actually the best question of all. Why the fuck does it even matter? Doesn't it matter more where I am today than whatever the fuck happened in 2020? Doesn't today matter more than 2020? Well, no. Do you want to know why for Enrique Tarrio today does not matter more than 2020? Because Enrique Tarrio is still living in 2020. Enrique Tarrio is still resting on his laurels from 2020 and saying, I did all this stuff against Antifa in 2020 and therefore worship me, bro. Enrique Tarrio hasn't done shit since then, mostly because Enrique Tarrio was in jail. Which, I know something about people wrongly going to prison. I wish Enrique Tarrio learned a lesson about people wrongly going to prison, but obviously he hasn't. So he's still living in 2020, and that's why that's all that matters to him.
Granted, going through your social media and you've been banned off social media. You've been banned off Twitter before, or
I was banned off of Twitter for like a month, and then it came back. Yeah.
Okay. So what I do notice is a pattern where your personality gets in the way of.
You should be nicer to me and my friends because you say things that hurts our feelings. And because you say things that hurt our feelings, we're going to do an entire podcast where we cry about you and say that you should be nicer to us.
Of your work, and that's one of the criticisms that I had in the beginning.
Well,
is that and I'll let you go ahead and go through it, but
okay.
you have these projects and they pull on your emotions because on your name it says anti-communist, and I've been an anti-communist since the day I was born. My family came from Cuba. We know what it is. I've traveled to Cuba. I've seen it. I've witnessed it firsthand, which a lot of people say they're anti-communist, right? But I don't think anybody's ever traveled to a communist country and actually seen it. And that anti goes from anti to hate, right?
And by the way, just so we're very clear, Enrique, I am married to someone who grew up in the USSR. You are not the only person in the world that grew up in a communist country. I am married to someone from Ukraine who grew up with his family going to communist breadlines in the USSR.
Ideology is part of my entire
yes, Enrique Tarrio is gatekeeping being an anti-communist. You guys are not allowed to be an anti-communist unless Enrique Tarrio says so.
You came back at me pretty strong.
Mm-hmm.
And we went on our back and forth, but the thing that triggered that response was you said that a member of Antifa, right, this Chandler guy, did not put somebody that was covering the event
okay, this is the part where I'm going to fast forward, not because I don't want you guys to watch it, but because there was then a half-hour fucking debate over whether or not Chandler put that dumb blonde whore who is trying to sleep with all the MAGA influencers for clout at the ICE facility. There was then a half-hour fucking debate about whether or not this was actually a chokehold. And look, I did a poll in my chat, and everyone in my chat says you're wrong and that it was a chokehold, and you should really say it was a chokehold. And can we watch the video of this being a chokehold? Because you're obviously wrong, and why don't you just bend the knee to us, Karlyn, and say this was a chokehold? Because this was obviously a chokehold. And are you on the side of Antifa because you're saying this was not a chokehold? And I gotta be honest with you, I'm so fucking sick of this because, and this is what I said on the show, and maybe we'll try to find the part where I said it. Like, honestly, this is one of the stupidest fucking arguments I've ever heard in my life. If it was an actual chokehold, she needs to report him to the cops. If she is not willing to do that, she needs to shut the fuck up. And all you guys are doing is creating drama and nonsense on Twitter that is literally never going to amount to anything. And now you're pissed off because I'm not on your side. And I said that wasn't a fucking chokehold. It was a fucking fight where the men pulled the women off of each other because they were in a fucking cat fight. And it's just like, it's so fucking stupid. This is actually legitimately one of the stupidest fuck off arguments I have ever heard. I have infiltrated multiple leftist events since this happened. I do not give a flying fuck whether or not the blonde whore in Portland was put in a chokehold. If you guys want to whine about this chokehold forever and a day on the fucking internet, you are allowed to do whatever the fuck you want, but I do not have to agree with you. And even more importantly than that, Enrique, I don't fucking care. I literally don't care. I literally don't care. There are about 1.5 million things that I care about more right now than whether or not a blonde whore was put into a chokehold for 30 seconds by a soy boy Antifa activist when he was pulling her off of his girlfriend when they were in a fucking cat fight. Literally, no one fucking cares. If this is the hill that you idiots are going to die on and you think you're fighting Antifa by proving this was a fucking chokehold and demanding that everyone bend the knee to you and kiss your ass and agree with you and attacking them if they don't, I am not the only one in Portland who doesn't believe that this was actually a chokehold. I am not the only person on the fucking internet who thinks this is retarded and that everyone needs to move on and focus on things that are far more important. And if that blonde whore isn't going to press charges, or if she doesn't have pictures of bruises, then she can go fuck right off back to whatever brothel she came from, because no one fucking cares what she has to say. That's reality. Maybe you guys are all fucking her. I don't know why you're all so obsessed with this. Maybe that is actually the answer. They're literally all fucking the blonde whore, and that's why they can't let go of talking about this fucking chokehold. But in reality, no one else gives a fuck. You guys might be getting your dick wet, but literally no one else fucking cares. Do I have to be more clear about my position on this? Is everyone on board? Is everyone tracking with where I am? And by the way, I don't care how many people someone sleeps with. I have certainly had my fair share of sex, but it's just like, man, when you're fucking around to distract all of the weak-willed men for weeks on end, it's like, enough already. Enough. Grow the fuck up. So we're going to fast forward here because I'm not reliving this again. I'm just not reliving it. Look, this is all about the fucking, why aren't you saying he's in a chokehold? You should say he's in a chokehold. Why wouldn't you say, this is where I'm like, I think this is where I'm like, I don't give a fuck. Hang on, where did I
I'll give you my insight on that of a chokehold. And the reason why it slows down is because you could see her trying to fight.
20 minutes later. Pull them apart. Come on, bro.
But that's not your. I tried to stay. Had the
this. Do you know what my real argument
ahead,
is?
Please.
This is
Argue,
here's
but
where I'm.
I don't think
Here's
it
my
could be
real argument,
argued
Enrique.
that
Here's my
was a
real argument.
chokehold.
Enrique, do you know what my real argument is in all of this? Do you know what my real argument is?
Please.
This is fucking stupid. It's fucking stupid. It is a stupid argument that has now been, this was almost 2 weeks ago. It is a stupid argument that's been droning on for 2 weeks, and no one's actually interested in the truth at this point. And at this point, I think it's a purity spiral, and I think it's a tribalist exercise to try to force people to agree with other people that they don't agree with. We're allowed to disagree. She didn't press charges. She should have if it was really that bad. But everyone needs to move on. This was 2 weeks ago.
Hey, Pen, can you do me a favor? Can you put a poll up under my
Put a poll up and ask my chat if they think it was a chokehold so that Karlyn can be more pressured into saying it was a chokehold.
Let's move on because, again, we're not going to agree to disagree. But let's move on to the chumminess after. So, number one, I've been in these positions before.
And this is where they tell me that it was perfectly fine to not report him to the cops because they don't like the cops. And so, listen, I just like, I cannot. This is one of the most retarded fucking things I've ever been involved in the internet. I am tapping out, you retards. I'm tapping out. I don't give a fuck if she was put in a chokehold. At this point, honestly, I kind of hope Chandler did put her in a fucking chokehold. At this point, I hope it actually fucking happened, because the amount that you retards are screaming about this and crying about this and whining about this and complaining about this every fucking day because you have nothing else to do. I fucking hope Chandler did put that fucking whore in a chokehold. Let's move on to something else. And he's creating all sorts of problems. And this is my bigger point, is like, people saw me on Fox News recently. It was the same shirt I wore. It was bright,
There's still
black and red. Now he's trying to tell me that in this section of the interview, Enrique Tarrio is trying to tell me that it was perfectly fine for me to be physically attacked by MAGA people because I was wearing black. That is the bar that the master Antifa activist has now set. If someone is wearing black, it's okay to beat them up. Okay. Joseph McCarthy.
Constant that I saw on the ground that day was you. The
Well, the
constant
content
that I see.
are content creators who are grift. Oh, here's where Enrique Tarrio tries to tell me that I'm the center of every problem in the situation.
Currently still are in that apology.
Because he started it by shouting at me.
Okay. I've been in situations before where we've confused people in DC, and I've actually knocked somebody almost cold, clocked him out.
I've beat people up for wearing black.
After that, because I did take action against this person. He was
Maybe you shouldn't be doing that. Maybe you shouldn't have done that. Maybe that was a bad idea.
I did see that you came in, and I don't see those issues coming from a lot of people that are in that space or were in that space or currently still are in that space. And I just constantly, and I see there's always infighting. It's just in this situation, there's a constant, right? And the constant that I saw on the ground that day was you.
So what Enrique Tarrio is saying is, none of my friends like you because you hurt my friends' feelings. And so therefore, because you said things that my friends didn't like and you hurt their feelings, you are actually the problem because you were wearing black that night and I should be able to beat up anyone who's wearing black because I'm a low IQ retard who doesn't know what Joseph McCarthy looks like, even though I claim to be an anti-communist. And you were really the problem because my friends don't like you. Enrique, there are more people in the world than just your friends. Thank God. Like, honestly, like, thank the good Lord that there are more people in the world than Enrique Tarrio's friends. Because if I had to be nice to Enrique Tarrio's friends, I would fucking kill myself. I really would. I have no desire to kill myself. I'm just saying that if I lived in a world that was like literally only made up of Enrique Tarrio's whore women and Enrique Tarrio's friends, I would fucking kill myself because that would be my very definition of a fucking nightmare. But luckily, we live in a world where there are a lot of people that think that Enrique Tarrio's a moron, and that is the world that like I actually want to be in, and so I'm gonna be in that world, and that's gonna be fine.
The constant that I
see are content creators who are grifting off the situation, so we're gonna disagree on that.
Well, I don't think
I was there just fine with other content creators. It was this specific group that is causing the problem, and I'm not the only person who thinks they're causing the problem.
Well, thankfully for that group has done a lot of good. That's one of the reasons why having gone to Portland, but I think the exposing that we saw is pushing the country to see what's actually happening in Portland. The lawlessness that's been going on in Portland for a long time.
This
so I'm
part's
very
great.
appreciative of the work they do.
Yeah, again, I guess
a lot of people
I just have to really
they
disagree with that.
hold on, and I'll let you go ahead.
Okay.
And what I see a lot of is when people disagree, they try to find everything that they can to kind of claw back that credibility that comes with it. And I don't see it from them. I do see it from you.
Yeah, well, the
Go
thing
ahead.
of it is, Enrique, I really disagree that group has done a lot of good. There are people on the ground who have done a lot of good. You've got people like Honey Badger Mom, who has been out there since day one. And by the way, this group is now harassing her. Just so you know, they're harassing her because she's friends with me and she won't disavow me. But she has been out there since day one, just sitting there filming outside the ICE facility. She has been attacked multiple times. They actually made buttons about her. Antifa made buttons glorifying her getting beat up. And again, this is like an older woman woman who's just sitting there with a video camera filming them. She has done a lot of good. She has exposed a lot of stuff. Katie Davis Court has done a lot of good. Also a person that's been out there since day one, had gotten literally beat up by Antifa. And she's done a lot of good. I think that there are people I look like Ocean Plot. Ocean Plot's been out there. You got Portland Andy's been out there. You got Velly Ray who's been out there. I think all of those people have done a lot of good. And a lot of those people have been talking about this issue before it was viral on the internet. I'm talking about the people who showed up to cash in on it, who
Inflation is
fucking
destroying
ad.
your savings, but gold and silver have protected wealth for thousands of years.
It's great entertainment. I watch it on my streams. Great entertainment. But do I think they're actually doing good? No, I don't. I think they're cashing in on it for content so they can make money on the internet. And I want to be really clear about that, because what do we say we're going to call Enrique? Enrique Retardio. What Enrique Retardio is trying to say is, everyone out there hates you because my friend hates you and my friends are doing the most good. I fundamentally disagree that the MAGA retards in Portland are doing good. I just fundamentally disagree. And yes, Honey Badger was in the X chat defending me. That is completely true. Guys, the people who are doing good in Portland are the actual fucking journalists and the streamers that are just going around filming what's happening. The people who are not doing good in Portland are the people who are going there to instigate with Antifa to cause problems so they can get them on video. I have no problem with streamers like Honey Badger Mom, who has been there since day one, who is doing an excellent job, who should be getting a lot more credit than she actually does. I have no issue with Katie Davis Court, who I think is a wonderful journalist, and she actually understands what's going on, and she has been doing great work there since day one, and she was the only person who said something useful at that White House Antifa meeting, and she is fucking awesome. I have no issue with Velly Ray. Velly Ray is awesome. Velly Ray owns the streets of Portland. Velly Ray feeds the homeless. He's out there all the time. He's not just out there when things are going wrong and there's content to be made on the internet. Velly Ray is out there every fucking day. He's out there every day. I have a lot of respect for people who do things when it's not on camera and when you aren't making money from it on the internet. There are a lot. Ocean Plot does great job. He's been out there every day too, just interviewing people, being just very even keeled about the whole situation. There are a lot of people in Portland who are, I appreciate Portland Andy. I know Velly Ray's not going to like me saying that because he doesn't like Portland Andy, but I do appreciate Portland Andy because Portland Andy literally just goes there and holds a camera up and shows us what's going on. He rides around on a scooter, making sure he has the best angle of everything. Portland Andy does a great fucking job. And it's just like, there are abs, and there's so many other streamers, and I apologize if I'm forgetting the name, because there are a lot of streamers out there that are literally just going around documenting, and I appreciate them. I really, really do. What I do not appreciate and I do not think is helpful is streamers who go to Portland just to instigate with Antifa. Oh, by the way, I'll even name Cam Higbee. Cam Higbee, who I didn't actually like before this trip, but then I saw Cam Higbee on the ground and I saw how he's working and I saw the amount of effort he's putting in. He's going around, he's getting footage of everything. Cam Higbee was doing an awesome fucking job. Awesome fucking job. And I say that even though he's a Zionist, and even though I don't agree with that, that's fine. We can agree to disagree on that. Cam Higbee was doing an awesome fucking job in Portland from what I saw. He really was. So there are a great many streamers in Portland who I think are doing an amazing job, who Enrique Retardio doesn't even fucking know. Enrique Tarrio has no idea who Honey Badger Mom is. Enrique Tarrio has no idea who Katie Davis Court is. Enrique Tarrio has no idea who Velly Ray is. He has no idea about any of this because this is all about his friends being upset. I would even say Nick Sorter is doing a great job. You're right. I left Nick Sorter off. I would actually say that Nick Sorter is doing a good job. He does instigate sometimes. He does, and I don't like that. But overall, I actually do think that Nick Sorter is doing a great job. I really do. And he's a super nice guy. And he was very nice to me in Portland. And I have no beef with him. I have no beef with him at all. What I do have a beef with is the constant never-ending bullshit that comes from Tommy's Patriot Corner on the internet. Because Tommy's Patriot Corner on the internet, and again, I like Tommy. We're taking Tommy out of this, but Tommy is kind of the focal point that all this is centered around. The Patriot Corner on the internet has basically turned into a bunch of QAnon MAGA retards that are causing more problems than they are solving. It just so happens that the QAnon MAGA retards happen to be friends with Enrique Tarrio. So he is the one that they know. So that's why this is happening. But to say that I'm the common denominator in every problem, Enrique, some people would disagree with that. And some people would say the MAGA retards that you're all friends with are actually the common denominator in the problem.
I think most of those people know that there's not a lot of money in this industry. I think as somebody who's been on the internet for a very long time, if people are chasing money in this industry, they're gonna be.
Well, those are your friends, Enrique.
I tend to agree with that.
See, and I agree with this. I have no personal beef with Tommy. I really don't. Everyone should be nice to Tommy. I have no personal beef with him at all in any way. Just everyone else.
So let's talk about two more people that you have issues with, and one is was there on the ground a lot of the times, and then the other one hasn't been on the ground in Portland.
They all hate Belly too.
That I've seen.
Ooh, I love Belly. I think Belly's fucking awesome.
Cool.
So let's talk about Chad Canton.
Okay.
You said that Chad was going.
So this is great. So Enrique Tarrio in this case says, you smeared Chad by telling us that he was trying to instigate with Antifa. And then he brings up video that is not even the video that I was watching. So Enrique Tarrio brought up video that wasn't even relevant to what I said. And he tried to play that video as proof that I was wrong in this situation when he played video that was not relevant to what I said.
There an assault.
Yeah, he's talking like a high school principal going through my disciplinary record.
Exactly. Not exactly what I said.
What did I hear in my ear right now? Was that when he?
They're feeding him the information.
I can't pronounce his name, dude.
They're feeding. There were guys. I saw the backstage of that. Obviously, I saw the backstage. There were like 4 different people in the backstage, and Enrique could hear them, but I couldn't hear them. There were 4 different people trying to feed Enrique Tarrio information about me because he was getting so much shit wrong. And that's what you're hearing there. What am I hearing in my ear right now? There were several different people trying to talk to him in his ear because he was fucking all this up. And he couldn't just do it on his own. Enrique Tarrio was like, I self-produce everything. Really, Enrique? Because I can look at the people in the studio right now. There were 4 different fucking people in the studio that were not me, that were all talking in his ear. There was no reason for them to be there. They weren't on the show. They weren't doing anything. He's really self-producing his own show. Why are there 4 other I should have taken a fucking screenshot. I didn't even think of it. Why were there 4 other fucking people in the studio and Enrique Tarrio's talking about how they're talking in his ear the whole time? Almost like they all work together. Almost like they all work together. Oh, show some respect. No, you needle dick motherfucker. No, we don't show respect to losers on the internet who spread smear campaigns here. We don't show respect to low IQ needle dick retards who need 4 fucking people feeding him information in his ear because he's too fucking stupid to keep track of everything himself. We don't show respect to people who do not earn it. You guys may think it's totally okay to show respect to people who don't fucking earn it. You were literally a communist, but was I? Is that what I said in the interview? Or are you literally lying to people? Are you literally making shit up because no one likes you guys on the internet? Are you literally inventing stories because you can't grapple with the truth or hinge into reality? Yep, he could have actually had a very interesting interview with me. He could have. Opportunity gone. Too bad, so sad. Doesn't matter, though. Doesn't matter. Listen to him talk to the people who are talking in his ear.
About Chad Canton.
Okay.
You said that Chad was going over there and assaulting people. Wait,
no, not exactly what I said.
What did I hear in my ear right
Not
now?
what did he hear in his ear? Is that one of you guys?
I can't pronounce his name, dude. Canton, right? Like there's a fucking Chinese place down the street, and nobody can hear you, by the way. If you're gonna come in, but I'm gonna keep calling him Canton.
Okay.
Yes, I don't care. I know you could hear that. The audience can't hear that, but for the most part.
Oh, look, guys, all of the MAGA retards have figured out what I'm doing 2 hours into the stream. Do you think calling fellow conservatives retards, morons, needle dicks, idiots hurt your message? Hang on. Remember, conservatives, no matter how many times you say I was a conservative, this is what I was telling you in October 2020.
And I gotta tell you guys, so my walkaway journey is really interesting, right? Because I'm not a conservative. I left the Democratic Party 3 days after attending the Trump rally, but I became an independent. I'm not a Republican. I'm not a conservative.
I'm not a Republican. I'm not a conservative. So you want to talk about fellow conservatives? We are not on the same team. We've never been on the same team. I have been telling you retards since 2020, over 5 fucking years, that I'm not a conservative. The problem is you don't fucking listen, and you cherry pick evidence, and you make up bullshit stories because you want to say that I'm just jumping from group to group to group. Fellow conservative, I'm not a conservative. Never have been a conservative. Sorry. I insult conservatives regularly because they're fucking idiots. You've been watching the whole time? Okay.
And I gotta tell you guys, so my walkaway journey is really interesting, right? Because I'm not a conservative. I left the Democratic Party 3 days after attending the Trump rally, but I became an independent. I'm not a Republican. I'm not a conservative.
Hey, this is the second time I played that video, Righteous Indignation. You've been watching the whole time. Why didn't you see that video the first time? I've already played that video twice in this chat. Then why didn't you see the video the first time? Why were you calling me a fellow conservative if you were watching the whole time? Because I've already played this video once in this stream. So were you watching the whole time or weren't you watching the whole time? Because it seems to me if you were watching the whole time, you would have seen me play the video the first time. And it seems to me that if you saw me play the video the first time, you would not have said fellow conservative, because it could not be more clear that I am not a conservative. You didn't see it because you weren't here. You didn't see it because you weren't here. That's how you didn't see it. Everyone else saw it. One in the chat if you saw me play the video the first time. One in the chat. Oh, proof is lacking. Proof is lacking. Bro, you're not even fucking American. Guys, what American says proof is lacking? What fucking American? Hang on. Cut the ones in the chat. What American uses the term proof is lacking? You're fucking Indian. You're either Indian or you're fucking Israeli or you're maybe somewhere from fucking... You are not a fucking American. That is not American fucking English. No one in America says that. Proof is lacking. You are an Indian fucking motherfucker. Proof is lacking. We're going to block this guy now. Hang on. I just need to find him in the chat. Fucking Indians. No offense to Indians who don't fuck shit up, but like literally, proof is lacking. Broken English. Broken. Yeah, thank you. Come again or don't come again. Get the fuck out. No fucking Indians allowed. No fucking Indians allowed in my chat. I'm sorry if you're an Indian and you're a good one. I'm sorry. If you're an Indian and you're a good one and you don't cause problems, you can stay, I guess. But like, if you're an Indian and you're just here to cause problems, get the fuck out. We don't want you here. No Indian immigrants ever. Proof is fucking lacking.
You're saying that Chad's out there trying to assault people.
I think he's trying to instigate people. I think those are two different things.
No tech
instigate
support.
people. But again, the video does not show that.
The video
In
does
the
show that,
specific
actually.
instance.
The video clearly, are you serious? The video that I have that I put on my Twitter clearly shows that. And I said to Chad,
So
are you
look
going to
up.
show my video or are you going to show
So,
his?
so he's showing Chad's video as a response to me. Chad's video is not what I was talking about.
Video. That's his video. That's not my video.
Okay, so if you could say,
That's his video. No.
Not even the same fight. Not even.
Okay, well, I'll show
and
you.
by the way, the video that he's showing is not even of the same incident that I was talking about. He is showing a completely different video of a completely different incident than what I was talking about. I was talking about a very specific video that I took. And Enrique Tarrio is playing a completely different fucking video from a completely different fucking incident that is completely unrelated to anything I was talking about.
I'll show your video.
This is not what I'm talking about. I know, not what I'm talking about. Not what I'm talking about. You're gonna oh my god, this is so disingenuous. This is not what I'm talking about.
You're gonna stop fucking hitting
You're gonna hear in the background going, you fucking retard. Literally not the same thing. Literally not the same
Not
thing.
what I'm talking about. Not what I'm talking about. Wrong
So
video.
we'll pull up
Completely
your
wrong
video in a second. But
They never
but
pulled up
before
my
you-
video, did they?
Before you let's get a generalized sense of what's
But
going
this is
on there.
Enrique. Do you understand why this is frustrating for me though? Because this is now like you keep, and again, I have no personal beef with you, bro. But you've brought up stuff out of context. You've lied
I
about
haven't.
me.
I've let you.
You've
I've let
shown the
you-
wrong video. You're not actually hinging
I wanted
into
to show
reality
you
with what I
Chad's
actually
video.
said.
If you want me to show your
extremely
video, I'll show
frustrating.
you. But
Well, I mean, but this is the problem though. This is the problem. It's like this is not about getting to truth.
So
this is about you guys are mad that I contradicted you on the internet, and that's all it is.
well, when somebody gets challenged, obviously they get a little defensive. I get it.
I'm
But
not
the
being defensive. I want you
problem
guys to tell the truth.
problem
based on
is-
things that are real, not bullshit.
So are
that
you
you've made up
denying?
for a
Are you
story.
denying the assaults that happen and the
No,
fact
and
that
if you
they
listen
touched
to the
you
video,
first?
no, well, Antifa didn't touch me. It was actually MAGA that touched me
well,
first.
I'm not
but-
saying you. I'm just saying in
no,
general.
and if you listen to the video that I made on this specific topic, I flat out said
I'll
that
share
I
it.
saw
I'll share
Antifa.
it right after this, and
Okay,
people can
but
make a
this
decision on it.
But this is the
Carolyn,
thing. Is no.
Carolyn, you're saying
Carolyn, bro. By the way, by this point in the interview, I had corrected him on my name 4 fucking times. Multiple times before we went on air. And then at the beginning, he asked me how to pronounce my name, literally 2 seconds. Tell me how to pronounce your name so I get it right. And then we go on live on the show. He's like, I don't even know how to pronounce your name. It's like, bro. Bro. What an idiot. Karlyn. It is not hard. There is no O in my name. Can Enrique Tarrio even read?
saying that,
Karlyn.
that
My
these
name is
people
Karlyn.
Karlyn, sorry.
Thank you.
Karlyn, you're saying that these people and again, this is something that I know because I've been there.
Yeah.
These people do assault you. These people
I
do touch
said
you
they
without
do.
permission. No,
I
get
said
it.
they do.
So,
Like,
so when Chad reacts to that,
Chad
and-
wasn't just reacting to
and
that.
JD,
though.
thank you for saying that I'm being so gracious. I try to be nice.
Well,
with
JD,
everybody that I go in
another
here.
person that's lied about me online recently. Isn't that
But
funny?
I actually invite JD to join us on this
I
stream.
think he should. I think he should answer
I think
for why
JD
he's
should
sharing.
join us on the
I
stream.
think
I
he
think
should
he's
answer for
busy.
why he shared a
I
clip
talked
out
to
of
him
context
earlier.
about me to make me look like a leftist because he's lying to his
But
audience.
I feel like in this instance, and I've known Chad for a little bit too, and he will defend himself, and he will defend himself
Yeah, the
very
problem
strongly.
in the incident that I'm talking about that I recorded directly myself, Chad was not defending himself. Chad was instigating with Antifa to make content on the internet. And I didn't even talk about this at the time. I didn't talk about this until a week and a half of me dealing with bullshit and nonsense, people trying to cancel my work, people telling people I'm secret Antifa, and I held all of this back and I didn't show it and I didn't enumerate it on the internet, even though I thought it at the time. Chad was instigating with Antifa to create content on the internet. If he wants to do that, more power to him. But I gave him the opportunity to show videos saying that I was wrong, to show videos saying Antifa instigated the fight that I specifically recorded. And he declined to do that. And his response was, I don't owe you shit. Well, fine. But I have the video that I recorded that clearly shows that he was the instigator, that Antifa was going like this, and Chad was saying he was going to beat them up, and Antifa is going like this. Now, do I have any problem believing that those two little shits were causing problems before? No, I saw them causing problems, and I said that. It's like specifically. But in that instance, it was absolutely Chad instigating, and that was not the only instance in which they instigated for content, because later, like the following night, they showed up at Chandler's house out of nowhere at 1 a.m. screaming and getting him out of bed and just causing commotion and ruckus. Chandler didn't do anything to instigate that.
So let me go ahead and touch that, and I'd say
Yeah.
that I am further right than you are.
Well, you don't really know most of my politics, though.
Well, let's start with what you said, the burning
Sure.
of queer books. I believe that if touched, physically assaulting these people is right, just, and the only way to handle it. Them going to Chandler's house after putting, I don't know, did this happen after the chokehold incident?
It happened, I think, it happened on Saturday night, so whatever that was after the chokehold.
So I fully support that. I fully support going where
No,
these
this
people
is true.
live. I fully
Enrique has
support,
been acting like a raging
confronting
liberal
them.
He has been acting like a raging liberal this entire fucking podcast, demanding everyone care about his feelings and the feelings of his friends and wanting to be coddled and all that. It's pathetic. It's pathetic. It is completely not masculine. It's like the one. This is like, I'm so disappointed in the Proud Boys that they have this loser as their leader. Like, why? Why? He is one of the most unmasculine men I've ever talked to in my life. And listen, man, like I've been around some masculine men in my life, and like it's a complete fucking turnoff. It's like I don't even take the Proud Boys seriously after this, and that really pains me to say it, because I have met some very nice men that were in the Proud Boys or are in the Proud Boys or like whatever, but it's just like, yeah, it's like the Pride Boys now. It's like the fucking Pride Boys. It's like they're running around talking about feelings and whining about how women hurt them and complaining endlessly on the fucking internet. Guys, the Proud Boys are now gay. This is fucking gay ass behavior. I know gay men that don't act as gay as Enrique Tarrio. Like, are you serious? I have so many gay men in my community, and they do not act as gay as Enrique Tarrio is acting in this fucking interview. It's actually embarrassing. You guys are fucking fake and gay because your noble leader is fucking fake and fucking gay. Instigating, and that's fine. You're allowed to support instigating, but I don't.
I don't think that's instigation. I think I could say that at this point, Chad and the rest of the Patriots that are out there, like JD, are counter terrorists at this point.
Yeah, they're
counter terrorists. Yeah, okay.
I think that if you're telling someone you're going to beat the shit out of them, if you're showing up at someone's house in the middle of the night when they aren't doing anything and you're opening their door with a mob,
but they are doing something.
But Chandler's really not, is the thing. He's not actually.
Well, I think the crowd says that the chokehold did happen.
Well,
but again, we are not going to agree.
See, like Enrique,
here.
though, but you're enumerating the reasons why I don't want to appeal to everyone on the internet, because I think that if people are going to obsess over this 2 weeks after the fact, I think they're stupid, and I don't think they're smart enough to follow my content. So,
well, we're gonna touch your content and your research.
Yeah,
like
I'm
I said,
sure we will
later. So let's move to Andy.
Sure.
And when I say Andy, I say Andy. No.
Yes.
And one of the reasons,
let me get my
the
DMs
main
with
reason
Andy
we went to Portland in big numbers the first time was because Andy No was assaulted with a concrete milkshake. about a month later, because I had contact with Andy at the time, I said that we're going back to Portland, and us going back to Portland was very, very peaceful. There was no arrests or no assaults on our side. We were able to get 53 of them arrested in one day. The local prosecutors obviously knocked off half of those charges, and then dropped down. And I think only 2 of the 53 got felony charges for.
Hey, thanks for the super chat, Rottweiler. MAGA retards really know how to choose their father figures. Yeah, so real. So real. I do appreciate that. Guys, if you're enjoying the stream today, please make sure you mount the like button for me. I am planning on doing some limited protest coverage this weekend. As I said, we do actually have an event that hopefully we will be infiltrating this weekend. Hopefully, I will be sending out more information about the event on my Substack. I'm still waiting for final confirmation on that. So, you know, we might have to be flexible about it because I'm still waiting for final confirmation on it. But we do have an event that we should be infiltrating this weekend. And so I want people to maybe clear their schedules, maybe starting at 11 a.m. around about tomorrow, maybe. And we will be doing an event this weekend, hopefully. But if you want to support my work, head over to the Substack. That is Karlyn, KARLYN.substack.com. If you are a member of the YouTube channel, you will be invited to the event this weekend if it ends up going off. I'm literally just waiting on final confirmation right now. So hopefully that does happen. And mount the like button for me. Make sure you come back to the channel. I stream Monday through Friday at 5 p.m. Eastern time. We do Socialism Saturdays on Saturdays at 6 p.m. Typically, we might be doing something different tomorrow. It all depends on if the event comes off. Yes, if it happens, it'll be around about that. I'm gonna have to fucking get up early tomorrow for you guys. I'm not happy about it. Anyway,
their acts that day. So I consider it a very, very successful act.
Thinning hair? This makes your hair grow like crazy.
Revitalize your thinning hair and transform your
And if I count the counter protests across the country, because we were going to Portland, there was a grand total of about 70.
Look at how much I'm just dismissing him with the knitting.
Like,
I don't give a fuck.
And some of those charges did stick. Andy, after that, I think that changed him completely. And he's been a person that has created a library, an encyclopedia, one would say, of these left-wing terrorists.
No, he hasn't, but I disagree. But that's okay.
And he's able to find exact people that were in Portland committing these acts, and he's done an amazing job of it. And I think that you had a personal issue with him, and then because of that, you're shitting on his work.
No, wrong again, incorrect. And I would refer people to the stream I did on this specific issue very recently where I lay all this out. There's no personal issue with Andy. I've never personally disliked Andy. My issue with Andy is not with his work that he did back then when you're talking about, which I think was very, very good. And I fundamentally have a default respect for anyone who goes into the streets and is recording these people. I have nothing but praise for the work he did back then. I have nothing but praise for the book that he wrote on Antifa, which I think is very good. My criticism of Andy, and I have released the private DMs saying this because people like you keep saying it's something different than what it is that I tried to talk to Andy back in May about this Trantifa narrative that he's pushing that is not real. There is militant queer activism. All right, I just want to pause there. These are my private DMs with Andy which I have to release because MAGA retards like Enrique Tarrio and all of his whiny, very feminine friends keep lying about this. The issue that I have with Andy is Andy is lying to his audience about this Trantifa bullshit when Trantifa is not real. And I tried to talk to him about this back in May, and I tried to give him the evidence privately so it could just be like a private thing. And of course, the MAGA retards have now gossiped about this so heavily online that I have to show people the DMs because I'm so sick of this bullshit. This is back May 29th, 2025. Andy, I've been researching bashback and the equivalent of queer Marxist activism over the last year because I'm working on writing books about it. Last night, we discovered they're officially reconstituting the organization, which existed as the violent arm of queer activism from 2008 to 2012-ish. This is not the same as Antifa, although there is overlap. This is not going to be good. I passed Andy the information about that so he could look at it. Andy said, it's a part of Antifa. It's not. It's actually not. It's really not. They have completely different colors. They have completely different operating systems. They have completely different organizing principles. It's actually its own organization. It is not part of Antifa. It is its own organization. And involved in many of the same people. There is some overlap. It's not complete overlap, though. I'm sure you noticed they use the same symbols. They don't use the same symbols. They use the pink triangle and the pink and black flag. Antifa does not use a pink triangle or a pink and black flag. Antifa is quite wide and covers many groups and movements. And I said, Andy, this group was operational in the mid-2000s. It is a completely separate group. They'd organized cells in multiple cities. They documented it here in zines I have. I linked Andy to, I'll show you exactly what I linked him to. The Queer Ultraviolence Bashback anthology that lays out every single thing that I'm saying. This is actually an entire fucking book that proves every single thing that I'm saying. What I think happened is they stopped organizing. Members of the groups gravitated towards Antifa because they're absolutely involved, but it is not the same group. They have a very specific set of documents and organizing. The group, this group was active before Occupy. True. So no, this group is not part of Antifa. The group formed separately from Antifa and the members joined after the fact. There is not one mention of Antifa or any Antifa group as part of their 400-page anthology. I'm going to emphasize that again. In this book, which is a 400-page book about the origin of the queer militant movement, there is not one single mention of Antifa. Not one single mention in this entire 400-page book. Andy No ignores all of this information. Andy says Antifa has been around in the U.S. since the 2000s. Then I said, then why is there no mention in their 400-page book about Antifa? Why are there specific bashback groups organized across all the Midwest performing direct actions as bashback? Why are there specific bashback convergences? Overlap, yes. Same group, no. This does not mind to undermine any of your work on Antifa, but do not treat it as a distinct problem with a very distinct set of values and organizing principles. Flies in the face of evidence. Even now, their new manifesto is not on any of the Antifa websites. It is a bashback website. I passed Andy this silence equals death poster. That's where the symbology comes from. ACT UP in the 80s. Bashback evolved out of ACT UP. Andy never responded to that. So don't tell me my issues with Andy No are not intellectual around this specific thing. Because as I tried to tell Enrique Tarrio, I tried to have this conversation privately with Andy back in May. In May of this year. Andy didn't want to have the conversation because Andy wants to write a book about Trantifa that is not a real organization, but is going to really appeal to conservatives because he's trying to play on to conservative bullshit like clickbait narratives that he created. Trantifa is not a real thing. Bashback is a real thing. It is a real thing that we've been studying in this community for years now, like literally years. Andy has never talked about this. Andy has never reported on this. We have been studying their writings. I'm writing 2 different fucking books on it. One specifically about the Mary Nardini gang, which Andy has never fucking heard of. Another one more broadly about queer Marxism in general. So I'm sorry. When I told Enrique Tarrio that this was an intellectual disagreement that I tried to settle with Andy privately back in May, and Enrique Tarrio was going to say, I just don't believe that because you hurt my friend's feelings. Now you've seen the evidence. These are my DMs. That's Andy No. This is us having a conversation about it, where I tried to show Andy No evidence and Andy No didn't want to fucking listen because the evidence didn't say the things that Andy No wanted it to say. He has ignored real world evidence that does not say what he wants it to say. On the far left. They're called the bashback movement. I have been documenting this because I'm writing a book about it. It is very real. It is very dangerous. It is very violent. And if people do not know what the proper name of the movement is, and if people do not understand what's going on, then this is not a problem that can be fixed. Antifa is not a real thing. It is the legitimate movement is called the bashback movement, and they are very dangerous. My grievance with Andy is that he was misinforming his audience about what the left is doing. I provided Andy privately with ample evidence of this back in May. I have documented that I provided Andy with this evidence. He ignored it. He refused to look at it. And then he continued to lie to his audience. And as someone who spends my days teaching people about the left, I find it personally offensive when influencers are lying to their audience to lift up a narrative, because Andy is trying to write a book about this to make more money and retain the clout that he has. And the issue I have too is that Andy has not done real journalism in years and years and years. Andy is a Twitter journalist who has other people do his research for him. And I happen to know that he is the one with the personal beef with me, because he is the one that is having his people who do his research for him email and DM people lying about me to try to discredit my work. So my beef with Andy was purely intellectual. Did I miss your super chat, average person? I apologize for that. I didn't see it. Sorry about that. Speaking of the pink triangle, I looked it up when it was upside down, but it would look like it was always upside down since the beginning. You know, you're right about that. That's interesting because it was upside down in the Holocaust. Yeah, you guys are right about that. ACT UP was unique in turning it right side up, but it was always upside down. That's really interesting, and I do appreciate you looking into that. Thank you. Yeah, he was just Googling the bashback movement. Yeah. Yeah, in his head, I'm like the teacher in Charlie Brown. I'm going, wah, 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 because that's all Enrique Tarrio understands. But if you guys want to learn about the bashback movement, hang on. I will give you guys the book. This is, I'm putting it in the chat right now. That is the full 400-page book. Where's my Rumble chat? Where's my Rumble? Oh, I missed a Rumble rant. I'm sorry. My Rumble chat was hidden by my knitting pattern. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Rumble. I'm sorry. We got a $2 from Angry Gringo. Tardio is a passive-aggressive bitch. I have a low opinion of him before. It's even worse now. There you go, Rumble. I apologize for ignoring you. But you guys can go read about the bashback movement. Listen, I'm not going to gatekeep fucking information. If you want to learn about the bashback movement, you can go read that book, okay? Because it literally lays it all out. It's 400 pages of crazy, okay? And Andy No should have read it, but Andy No didn't read it because it doesn't support Andy No's narrative. And then it became a personal thing when he started attacking me because he could not intellectually defend his arguments.
I think I disagree with you wholeheartedly.
I disagree with you wholeheartedly. So, one in the chat, if you just saw evidence of every single thing that I just told Enrique Tarrio. I said, I told Enrique Tarrio, my disagreement with Andy was not personal. It was intellectual. Here's specifically what it was about. Here is a lot of information about this movement that is actually a dangerous thing. And Enrique Tarrio is like, I disagree with you because you were mean to my friends, and I didn't like that you were mean to my friends because I'm basically a woman pretending to be a man, and all I care about is feelings, and I don't care about evidence, and it doesn't matter that you've already shown evidence about this 3 fucking times on 3 different videos. You hurt my friends' feelings, and so I disagree with you because you hurt our feelings. To try to discredit my work. So my beef with Andy was purely intellectual, and then it became a personal thing when he started attacking me because he could not intellectually defend his arguments.
I think I disagree with you wholeheartedly. I
Then
think
you
Andy
haven't looked at the
has to
evidence.
continue. We'll talk about the evidence and we'll talk
Yeah,
about your
okay.
website.
Yeah, cool.
But I notice a pattern again that when
That I
you
don't like
agree,
liars.
when
That I
that
don't
you
like people lying to
disagree
the
with
public.
somebody and you try to pull all the stops and you say it's not a chokehold, and you say,
And we're
well,
still back
no,
to the
not really.
chokehold.
This
It's not a
Chad,
chokehold.
it's definitely a chokehold.
I can't believe I fucking did that. I must have blacked out that moment where I just did that directly to. I usually try to keep that type of behavior for our streams later when we're shit talking people behind their backs.
I notice a pattern again that when
That I
you
don't like
agree,
liars.
when
That I
that
don't
you
like people lying
disagree
in
with
public.
somebody and you try to pull all the stops and you say it's not a chokehold and you say, well, no, not really.
It's
This
not a
Chad,
chokehold.
it's definitely a chokehold.
Yeah,
But
okay. 2 weeks later, you idiots are still obsessed about that fucking thing. Then report him to the fucking cops. Then press
nobody wants to
charges.
report. Nobody
Then
wants
you're
to.
all a bunch
Your
of
faith.
pussies that don't want to get Antifa arrested. I'm so sick of this argument. It is so ridiculous. Like, do you want to do anything that actually matters in the world, or you guys want to keep bitching
Your
and
faith
complaining
in the
about
Portland Police
chokeholds?
Bureau
No, I have
is
no faith. I have no faith in the Portland Police Bureau. The point is
Then why
that
did
you
you
could have
call them
tried
and
to
you
do
called
something.
them?
Why did the MAGA person try to get
How
me
many
arrested
how many
after
times
he
did
hit
you
me?
how many times did you call the cops on Antifa while you were in
Oh, I've called the cops many times on Antifa. I've had many conversations
while you were in
with the
Portland
cops.
on that trip?
Not while I was in Portland on that trip, because nothing happened between me and Antifa in Portland on that trip. But I've been going undercover with the far left for
Did
literally
you
years.
see them assault anybody while you were there?
Yes.
You did?
Now Enrique Tarrio is going to say, we aren't going to report Antifa to the cops, but you should report Antifa to the cops, Karlyn. We're too pussies to actually report Antifa to the cops, and we're too fucking lazy to report Antifa to the cops, but you should report them to the cops, even though Antifa didn't attack you in Portland. You should go do it. Okay.
Didn't call the cops at that point.
It wasn't me they assaulted. The person who they assaulted should have called the cops. They didn't assault me. They assaulted other
So
people.
you had a chance. You had a chance
No,
to put one
they
in
had a
jail and
chance.
you didn't.
They had a chance. I can't report things that happen to other people.
Yes, you
because
could.
Well,
You
I'm
could
choosing
report
not to.
things.
But I am saying if something had happened to me, if they had assaulted me, if they had broken my phone, would I have called the cops? You're goddamn right I would have. Absolutely. If I can get Antifa in trouble even for one day, I will call the cops on them. And if nothing ever happens, then nothing ever happens. But nothing happened to me. It happened to other people. And those people should absolutely call the cops and report it.
So on this tweet,
What does that say?
it says, I'm
Yes.
calling the Portland police today and sending them the video of the MAGA
Yes,
retard who
a
hit me.
week and a half later, after he had already called the cops on me.
What they did you know? But you said that you didn't know that he called
So now he's upset that I reported that fucking MAGA loser that hit me to the cops. And by the way, what I found out when I reported that MAGA loser to the cops is he had reported me to the cops a week and a half prior, and he tried to get me arrested. But I'm the bad guy for doing it. Enrique Tarrio was just saying we don't report people to the cops, but that MAGA loser reported people to the cops, or MAGA loser reported me to the fucking cops. Oh, I didn't know because he was bragging about it on Twitter, but the cops confirmed it. I thought he might be lying on Twitter because I never heard from the cops, but the cops confirmed it when I called them. And Ray over on Rumble says, Dr. K, now they're bringing in intelligence assets like Federico. Taurus says this has been broken. Taurus says this has broken this years ago. I'm not sure what you mean by that, Ray, but I do appreciate the money. Thank you. Cops on me.
What they did you know? But you said that you didn't know that he called the
No,
cops
I didn't
until
know
you called.
because he was bragging about it on Twitter, but the cops confirmed it. I thought he might be lying on Twitter because I never heard from the cops, but the cops confirmed it when I called them.
You also said that you were going to send these images and videos to left-wing outlets. Is that correct?
I may have made a threat about that, but I didn't actually do that.
Okay.
But the thing of it is if people
But
are
you
going to
understand
come
why
at
people
me,
would be pissed at
I
you for
know,
doing
but
that,
I
right?
don't give a fuck if people are pissed at me.
I
These
get it.
people are trying to destroy my work and destroy my business, and they've been lying about me for weeks. And you know what? When someone lies, I let it go for several days, but this nonsense has kept going weeks after the fact. They're the ones continuing to talk about me. I've already moved on to other stuff. They're the ones continuing to tell everyone I'm secret Antifa when I was literally just, did you know, Enrique, there was a socialist book publisher that did a whole presentation where communists were crying about me on the internet yesterday because they're so pissed off that I keep exposing them. The far left is talking about me. The far left is not talking about you guys because you guys don't even factor on their radar. They're doing whole fucking presentations about me.
Oh, well, when you say you guys, let's
All of you in
let's,
Portland,
let's
all of you. Like,
okay. Because I think I have more research.
and now he pulls up this video of me that he never actually plays because do you know what argument Enrique Tarrio is making now with this video? He never played this video. He just pulled it up. Do you know what argument Enrique Tarrio is making right now with this video? The argument that Enrique Tarrio is making is she's fat and ugly. Guys, do you know that sometimes different angles make people look differently? Do you guys know that I'm a 44-year-old woman who is not a size 2? Is everyone clear that I'm not a size 2? Is everyone clear that I haven't been skinny, well, pretty much like ever in my life? Is everyone clear that I've got like birthing hips and I've got an ass and I've got thighs? Is everyone clear about that? Because what Enrique Tarrio is trying to do right here is say, she's fat and ugly. Oh, that's all he does. That's all he does. Oh,
for more
another
research work.
smear video where Karlyn
So
is
no,
yelling.
I'm not
Oh,
gonna show
no,
the
on
video.
video
But
where I am yelling. Yes,
I'm
on
not.
a
No,
video
I'm not.
where
I'm
I
not.
am yelling. Oh,
Karlyn, I'm not.
are we talking about my looks now? You gonna
We're
ride me for my looks? Is that
no,
what
no.
this is about?
Actually, look. If that's the first thing you think of when you see this video,
Well,
I'm
that's
not
all
gonna-
I've been hearing on Twitter for the last several weeks because it's all you guys can talk about is how a
So-
44-year-old married woman looks.
So no, listen, look, I'm not gonna. Obviously, I shit post on the internet just
Yeah.
as much as everybody else, but this is not a shit post. I'm going back to when you said.
So play
look,
it,
it's very
Enrique.
visible.
Play it out. It is
It's-
visible. That's Joseph McCarthy, bro.
Well, let's start
this
with.
is the best part.
Let's start
They
with
were like, you can't even see her shirt, guys. Who's on my shirt right there? They were like, the big argument that they had is you can't see what shirt she was wearing. Guys, who's on my shirt? Who is on my shirt? Does everyone in the chat know who's on my shirt? Is everyone in my chat smarter than the people in Enrique Tarrio's chat? Who is on my fucking shirt? That's Joseph McCarthy. I was wearing a fucking McCarthy t-shirt. I was wearing a fucking McCarthy t-shirt. I was wearing a McCarthy t-shirt. And Enrique Tarrio's big argument is we can't be expected to know who Joseph McCarthy is. Even though we all say we're anti-communist, we can't be expected to know who Joseph McCarthy is.
A couple things here. Not
Joseph
only.
McCarthy.
Hold on. Give me 1 second, Karlyn. So you have a zip-up hoodie that's closed. I don't see.
When are
even
we
if
going to
it's
get to
blurry,
actually
I don't
talking
see-
about my work? Because I've been talking to you for an hour now.
We will.
Yeah, I'm sure
And then you have a
that's true. Yeah,
satchel.
right, bro.
You have a satchel over. And look. I don't expect there's a lot of people that know what McCarthy looks like.
And those people are stupid.
I could. Listen. Look, and I.
I don't expect that a lot of anti-communists know what Joseph McCarthy looks like, and then I say, and those people are stupid.
This might be one of my favorite interviews of all time. I'm not gonna lie. Bruh. If you are an anti-communist and you don't fucking know who Joseph McCarthy is, you are a retard. Like, Joseph McCarthy is the original. Joseph McCarthy is the fucking king. Joseph McCarthy was right. We should all be bowing down and genuflecting at that guy for the balls that he had to try to do what he did. Joseph, if you don't know who Joseph McCarthy is, what the fuck is wrong with you? You are not an anti-communist if you don't know who Joseph McCarthy is.
I agree with you. Those people should know what McCarthy looks like.
You're not an anti-communist if you don't know Joseph McCarthy. I'm sorry.
But I think that people should know who McCarthy is. But at this point, I don't think people.
An urgent message to all who suffer
Damn,
from
I was
debilitating
fire
joint
in this
pain.
interview. We
Try
might
this astonishing
listen.
Japanese.
I know I said we aren't going to watch this whole interview, but I forgot how fucking based I was in this interview because, like, when you're in an interview, you don't, like, I don't really remember most of the things I said in this interview, but it's just like, it's like listening back to me now, I was like, oh shit, I really handed Enrique Tarrio's ass to him during this interview. And I don't apologize because Enrique Tarrio was trying to do a hit piece, but like, so unaware he didn't even realize I was calling him stupid. Are you guys enjoying this recap? Are you guys enjoying the behind the scenes director's commentary edition of this interview? Is this fun for everyone? We have other stuff to watch too. There have been other people crying about me on the internet this week, but like, is this good? Okay, we're gonna keep going then. Hey, I'm gonna super chat. Future Karlyn approving of past Karlyn. You know what? Like, here's the thing. Here's the thing. It's very easy to be consistent when you are completely authentic in who you are. A lot of these influencers have difficulty being just completely consistent, but I feel like I really reached the no fucks level at this point. I really feel like I don't give a fuck. And I was just like, I literally, you guys are going to hear it coming up in the interview. I literally told the leader of the Proud Boys that he was low IQ and has a small penis. Yeah, he's behaving like a bitch. If this is your first introduction to Enrique Tarrio, just know he's behaving like a liberal white woman bitch, gossiping with his white women girlfriends that are JD DeLay and Chad Canton, and they're all fucking crying about me all day, every day for fucking weeks because they can't handle it that I won't agree with them because they're all basically liberal fucking white women. A few years from now, they'll all remember McCarlinism. Yeah, it's the rise of McCarlinism is here.
See who McCarthy is.
Well, I think drunk people certainly couldn't see it.
Yeah. So again, I'm not putting this up to make fun of your looks or anything like that.
You are,
Again,
but that's okay, bro.
I shit post like the best of them.
I know how this game is played.
I'm bringing it up
exactly
because you said that you can't see. You're dressed in all black.
You're dressed in all black.
Listen, you color your hair, but
remember the environment your hair.
And I try to, when I go somewhere, I try to keep
see, but
I try to be observative of who's around me. So if somebody in black were to come up with like reddish hair, we're in Portland, you know, it's kind of like, you know, when you're walking down the street, I'm gonna make this joke, and maybe some people don't like it.
I'm gonna get the bourbon barrel beer
as a woman, right? And like, there's a black dude walking down. You're gonna grab your purse. You're like, oh shit, something's gonna fucking go down. It's kind of the same thing here. It's a stereotype, but most times, I'd say if you're walking down Portland and you see a woman in black with pink hair,
raspberry beer,
this person might not be on your side.
Guys, I have red hair. Did you know that? What, Enrique? I will actually gain credibility if one of these MAGA retards actually beats me up one day. My work will explode about that, because I got to tell you guys think that the only people on the internet are the ones that agree with you. There are a lot of people who don't like you and don't like this attitude. And the thing of it is, if you guys want to put hands on me because I'm wearing black. If you guys want to beat me up, that will only make me stronger. It will only make my work go further with the audience that I actually want. So that's okay.
So let's go ahead and dive into your work, and I'm gonna give.
Yeah,
I'm
let's
gonna
dive
give you
into
what
my
I
work,
saw,
Enrique. Cool.
in your
Let's
work,
dive
and
into
then
my
you can
work,
go
which you've
ahead
researched
and rebut it
massively
or
in
say
depth.
that this is accurate.
Totes.
And I've looked through your website. I've seen a lot of books. I've seen a lot of you have what's that called? It's like an hour-long video where you're showing them about the left.
Well done.
So I do see a lot of things that would show people who you are, but what I don't see, and I see a lot of subscription buttons and follow me and subscribe to me. And
This is one of Enrique and Retardio's best arguments. Is he's like, you have subscription buttons on your. I noticed that you have subscription buttons on your website, and I said, yep, I do actually have subscription buttons on my website. Yes, I do. Yep, I do. I'm a content creator. If people want to subscribe, they should actually be given the option to subscribe. But one of his big arguments with me is, you just want people to subscribe to your content. And that's why you put subscription buttons all over your website. Can you imagine being this much of a fucking faggot? Like imagine being a content Enrique. Here's the thing, Enrique. I notice that on your Warboys YouTube channel, where you only have 450 followers, compared to my YouTube channel, where I have 5,200 followers. On Enrique, do you understand that you have a subscription button on your Warboys YouTube channel? Enrique, I find it very suspicious that you have. In fact, I'm going to download this video right fucking now. In fact, if you guys want to leave a comment on this video, let me put the Rumble video in the chat so that you guys can leave a comment on it if you want to. If you want to downvote that shit, please feel free to. Did you happen to see my McCarlinism image that I posted? It's one of your Jody Dean posts. I'm so proud of myself. I'm not sure I did, Malcolm, but make sure, did you tag me in it or did you send it to me? Please do so. I would love to see it, and thank you for the super chat. Yeah, guys, Enrique Tarrio doesn't know that I literally ban like every single person shit posting in my chat. I fucking ban people. I gatekeep this community, and even in my beautifully gate-kept community, I actually have more followers than he does. And he has the gall to tell me, you just want subscribers because you have a follow button, you have a subscription button on you. So do you, bro. So do you. It's right fucking there. And even so, you have many less subscribers than I do, because I have 5,200 subscribers on Rumble and you have 450 subscribers on Rumble. I'm just saying, Enrique, your small penis is showing. I have a bigger dick than Enrique Tarrio. I'm absolutely positive of it.
And one of the comments is, you haven't supported my work, which I replied. I'm like, what am I supposed to subscribe to you to support your work? And what I don't see is,
and what did I say to you was I didn't care.
Yeah. So what I don't see is a lot of data and the things that you do infiltrate.
Guys, Enrique Tarrio thinks I don't have data. Enrique Tarrio thinks I have a lot of subscribe buttons and no data. And here's the part where I laugh at Enrique Tarrio like pretty consistently for about 5 minutes, and it's pretty fucking great. I love how he's going, and you refuse to help him and you just smile and let him look stupid. That's what you got to do. That's what he did. He said, I have no data. Real capitalists like Karlyn capitalize on capitalism per financial literacy, multiple sources of income. Yes, in fact, that is the smart thing to do. The smart thing to do is actually to have multiple courses of income. Yeah, Enrique, you fucking low IQ retard, fucking liberal white woman. Do you know I have entire Discords just dedicated to storing data? Do you know I literally have entire fucking Discords
just dedicated to storing data and information? Do you have any idea about any of that? You fucking loser. Yeah, guys, I have no data. This is where we enter the absolute batshit insane portion of this interview. I have no data, according to Enrique Tarrio, leader of the Proud Boys and white woman who gossips with all his white liberal fucking friends, JD DeLay and Chad Kitten, because they're all so fucking in their feelings that they can't actually bother to do the most basic amount of research because they're perturbed that I have subscribe buttons. And apparently having subscribe buttons means I have no data, according to these low IQ fucking morons. Yeah, next he's going to tell me that I've never even read a book when I've literally written 5 fucking books. Wait, have I written 5 or 6 books? 6 books! I've written 6 books so far, and I have several more coming. 6. I have written more books than Enrique Tarrio has on one hand.
Haven't supported my work, which I replied. I'm like, what am I supposed to subscribe to you to support your work? And what I don't see is
and what did I say to you was I didn't care.
yeah. So what I don't see is a lot of data and the things that you do infiltrate. The things that you do infiltrate are public spaces, which cool, we've done. That's fine, but you make it seem like you're embedded in the group. I don't see chat logs. I don't see people. I don't see a map of people. So what that leads me to believe,
we're literally working on that, you fucking idiots. Wait, this is like where I fucking lose. Enrique Tarrio's like, I don't see chat logs. How are you not embedded in these groups if I don't see chat logs? Enrique, do you know there are multiple people in my community who are embedded in these groups and they have the chat logs, but we don't necessarily publish all the chat logs, you low IQ fucking retard? Because do you know that if we publish the chat logs, we are instantly going to out ourselves? Do you have any fucking idea? Like we're actually trying to remain undercover, bro. We're actually trying to get data here. We are trying to collect data for the long term, not for you fucking pussies who want it all right now. We are in the Signal groups. We are in the Telegram groups. We are in the private fucking groups. We have the chat logs. You just haven't seen them because if I expose them to losers like you, we would be instantly identified and removed from those fucking groups.
You infiltrate our public spaces, which cool, we've done. That's fine, but you make it seem like you're embedded in the group. I don't see chat logs. I don't see people. I don't see a map of people. So what that leads me to believe,
we're literally working on that, you fucking idiots. That's literally what we're fucking doing.
But you've been doing this since 2020, so
yes, and it's been an evolution since 2020. I've been doing
I don't see the maps. I don't see the list. Like when
hey, Enrique, you don't see the maps, Enrique? Oh shit, I just accidentally clicked off of it. Oh no, will it go back? Oh no, hope it picks up where it left off. Oh no, I hope I really don't have to find that again. Hang on, I need to find that. Enrique, you don't see the fucking maps, you fucking loser. I will show you a fucking map. Hang on. Enrique Tarrio doesn't see the maps, guys. Enrique Tarrio doesn't see the maps. He doesn't see it. Enrique, did you go to my website, which is leftwingstudies.com? Because on the Left Wing Studies website, under the Mapping the Modern Left project, if you go to this, you will see the beginnings of the fucking map. Oh, is this not working now? Oh, fuck, it's not working. Fuck. All right, well, I have to update a plugin. Okay. Oh, it's working. Okay. I have to update the plugin. Don't fucking judge me. Okay. I have a lot of shit to do. And this is just the beginning stages of this map. But if Enrique Tarrio actually wanted to, I just don't see the maps. Literally, there's a fucking map. You fucking retards. If you go to leftwingstudies.com, which is the Center for Left Wing Studies, and you scroll down to Mapping the Modern Left. and you click on visit the Mapping the Modern Left project, it literally takes you to a website with the beginnings of a motherfucking map. Now, this is very early on because we're still organizing a lot of data, and there's a fuck ton of data that I have that is not in this map yet, because sometimes things take time, and sometimes things take more time than we want them to, because that's just the way it fucking is. But we are working on this fucking map. It is a literal map that will literally map the modern left. I'm just figuring out the data architecture to be able to map the amount of fucking information. Look, Enrique Tarrio has a sock account. Can you answer this dude's question? Victor. You must be one of the stupidest motherfuckers in my chat right now. Because Enrique Tarrio just said, I don't see a map. And Victor, what is on the screen right now? Victor, can you go ahead and chat in? Victor, what's on the screen right now? You think I'm not answering his question? Victor, what is on the screen right now? This is a question just for you, Victor. And if you don't answer the question, I'm banning you from the chat in 30 seconds. What is on the map right now? What is on the screen right now? I just gave it away. Victor, should I go back to let's go back to Enrique Tarrio real quick. Let's go back. Listen again.
Fine, but you make it seem like you're embedded in the group. I don't see chat logs.
In the groups.
I don't see people. I don't see a map of people.
He doesn't see a map. Okay, Victor, you have 20 seconds to answer. What's on the screen right now, Victor? Can you answer his question? Do you think name calling helps? Hey, Victor, what's on the screen right now? Victor, what's on the screen right now? You have 10 seconds to answer before I permanently ban you from my chat for being a low IQ retard and not smart enough to be here. Victor, what's on the screen right now? Have you run away, Victor? Are you afraid of the answer? Does that look like a fucking map to you? Are you smart enough to know what's going on now, Victor? Because we want an answer in the fucking chat right now, Victor. You think I don't have a map? You think that Enrique Tarrio is correct when he says I don't have a map? I literally have a map on the fucking website, and it's a very early stage map, but it is a map nonetheless. Hey, Victor. Oh, Victor's gone. Oh no, so we must have to ban him from the channel. Oh no. Bye, Victor. Bye. Not smart enough to be here. Bye. Do people have any questions about why I gatekeep this community? Do people have any questions about why we must keep the low IQ retard shit out of this community? Because if I spent all my time worrying about the feelings of low IQ retards who are not capable of identifying that there is a literal map on the fucking screen literally now, and that literally exists live on the Center for Left-Wing Studies website right now. And it's not a complete map by any stretch of the imagination. It's very, very like early stages because I'm figuring out the technology and I'm figuring out the information architecture. And I've been really fucking busy lately, and I've also been sick. And so there's a lot of stuff that hasn't gotten done yet. But like everyone knows that's a map, right? Everyone knows that's a fucking map. Enrique Tarrio says he doesn't see maps because Enrique Tarrio doesn't look at evidence. That's literally a fucking map. Hey, Cynthia, thank you for donating 5 channel memberships. Let's see. Tessa got one, DJ got one, Rob got one, Vanessa got one, and Dave got one. Congratulations, whoever got a channel membership. Appreciate it. Hey, Enrique, tell us once more about how you don't see maps on my website, please.
That's fine, but you make it seem like you're embedded in the group. I don't see chat logs. I don't see people. I don't see a map of people. So what that leads me to believe,
we're literally working on that, you fucking idiots. That's literally what we're fucking doing.
But you've been doing this since 2020, so
yes, and it's been an evolution since 2020. And by the way, I haven't actually been studying the far left like I am now since 2020. I've been studying the far left like I am now since 2022. I started the Center for Left-Wing Studies a couple months ago. Guys, things take time sometimes. Things take time. Hey, thanks, Stephen, for becoming a member of the channel. I really do appreciate it.
Enrique is so used to being used as a puppet by the butthurt MAGA retards. He did zero research. Yup, he should really thank JD DeLay for this, because I'm pretty sure it was JD DeLay that talked him into doing this little show. JD DeLay was like, bro, we gotta put that stupid bitch in her place. And Enrique Tarrio was like, yeah, bro, we're gonna put that stupid bitch in her place. And then Chad King came in and they were like, we're gonna put that stupid bitch in her place. And they were like, Enrique, you gotta put that stupid bitch in her place. She's saying mean things about us. She's hurting our feelings. She's contradicting us. You gotta put that bitch in her place. She's a fat, ugly bitch. You gotta put her in her place. And then Enrique Tarrio's like, yeah, guys, we're gonna put that bitch in her place. And that's how this interview happened. And none of them did any research to find out what the fuck they were talking about. That's exactly what happened. And they all have less subscribers than me, and they all have a smaller platform than me, and none of them actually do the things I do, and none of them bothered to do any fucking research at all because they're not smart enough to do what I do. But they're gonna put that bitch in her place, bro. We're gonna put that bitch in her place. Yeah, okay.
I don't see the maps. I don't see the list. Like when, and then when you go at, and look again, let me finish, and I'll let you rebut these points.
I cannot wait to show this on my channel because you're gonna look so dumb.
and with Andy, no, you say. And look again, let me finish, and I'll let you rebut.
20. I've been.
I don't see the maps. I don't see the list. Like when, and then when you go at, and look again, let me finish, and I'll let you rebut these points.
I cannot wait to show this on my channel because you're gonna look so dumb.
List. Like when, and then when you go at, and look again, let me finish, and I'll let you rebut these points.
I cannot wait to show this on my channel because you're gonna look so dumb.
List. Like when, and then when you go at, and look again, let me finish, and I'll let you rebut these points.
I cannot wait to show this on my channel because you're gonna look so dumb.
and with Andy No, you say that Andy No, but at least when somebody gets arrested, Andy No pulls out the whole fucking docket. I mean, this guy goes in, tells you where he lives, what he does, what he's done in the past.
Enrique,
I don't see that from you. And to be honest with you,
do you know who Tom Alter is? Do you know who Tom Alter is?
Give me
do you
1
know
second.
Who Tom Alter
Give me
is?
1 second, and I'll let you finish. But I do see what I see here is a lot of smoke but no fire.
Hey, do you know who Tom Alter is,
see,
Enrique? Look up Tom Alter real quick. TOMALTER. Tom Alter. Go look him up right now.
You could tell the people here what it is, but please let me finish.
I will.
So
yeah, okay.
I don't see what I see is a lot of stop. No, go ahead.
Guys, Enrique Tarrio assures you that I don't really know the names of any of these leftist activists, and I don't really know what's going on, and I have no names, and I'm not doing anything productive. And he assures you that that's the case because he hasn't fucking taken the time to research anything.
Believe me, I've been attacked by worse. Namely the United States government, and I'm still here standing. I've been doing this for a long time, and I told
Enrique Tarrio feels it. And isn't
it
it funny that Enrique Tarrio just said I've been attacked by worse? So now Enrique Tarrio is feeling attacked by me, even though he brought me on his show to do a hit piece on me. But Enrique Tarrio is so fucking in his fucking feelings that, guys, Enrique Tarrio is actually the victim in this situation. I'm attacking Enrique Tarrio because I've been disproving every single thing that he's saying without even trying very hard. But Enrique Tarrio is the real victim here, guys.
Around doing this for a long time have lasted for one reason and one reason alone. They know exactly how to play this game.
Liberal
I feel like
tears,
you're going to crash
exactly.
and burn.
I've been doing this for 6 years. I'm going to crash and burn, guys, according to Enrique
That is a
Tarrio.
short span when we in the scope of politics. That's a very short time. But going back to your work, I just.
Oh shit! I did that.
Because you're
years.
and that's fine. That is a short span when we in the scope of politics. That's a I feel like you're gonna crash and burn.
Oh, by the
because
way, did you just see someone else from the backstage came on the screen? Hang on.
have lasted for one reason and one reason alone. They know exactly how to
Hang
play
on,
this
watch
game.
this. Someone else from the backstage. Because again, there were 4 other people backstage on this that were all talking in Enrique Tarrio's ear, trying to feed him dirt and tell him what to say. One of them was fucking around and just accidentally came onto the screen in the middle of the show. Why did that happen? If this is just Enrique Tarrio and he's self-producing everything, then why the fuck was that fucker on the screen? What's going on there? Oh, wow. The second time they've been caught doing this thing where it's 4 against 1. Who was that?
I feel like you're gonna crash and burn.
I've been doing this for 6
you're
years.
yeah, and that's fine. That is a short span when we in the scope of politics. That's a very short time. But going back to your work, I just don't see that it's backed by data. It's speculation.
My work is not
You're
backed
saying
by
that
data,
you're
guys.
infiltrated in
Speculation.
these circles, and all I see is videos of public spaces. Look, I went to we used to go to the DSA meetings over here. And what we did is we documented, we mapped it out. We put everybody, all the players in
All
there.
right.
And when we
All right.
released the data, we released it and we went to Obama speeches. We went to all of these, infiltrated, disrupted, and destroyed.
I don't
some
disrupt.
of these.
I record.
But that's the problem. I don't see the data where you're
Have you looked
bringing
up
all
Tom
this
Alter
in.
yet? Have you
Can you
looked
tell
up
the
Tom Alter
public?
yet?
Can you tell these people who Tom Alter is?
Tom Alter is a socialist professor that got fired from Texas State University about a couple months ago. And the reason he got fired from Texas State University is because I went undercover at the Revolutionary Socialism Conference where he was speaking, and I recorded. It was it was a private conference that none of you guys knew about and none of you guys bothered to look into. So I got into their private conference. I had to use a fake name because if I had signed up as myself, I would have been kicked out of it. I had other people recording this conference too, and we got him on video with a group of other far left communists talking about wanting to overthrow the government. I recorded that. I put that video on the internet. It went viral.
put a
without the help of
video-
any- Well, can I finish my story? Can
Go
I?
ahead.
Because I was let you talk for a while, and you were saying a lot of things that don't actually line up with. Yeah, Enrique Tarrio wants to say we're not backed by fucking data. Do you know Kino has helped me infiltrate like multiple fucking events? We're not backed by data. Enrique, you don't know what the fuck you're talking about because you didn't bother to do the most basic fucking research before you had me on your channel because you thought I was just some dumb bitch who you could manipulate who would be happy to even talk to you when I don't give a fuck that you're the leader of the Proud Boys, bro. You are a massive fucking pussy that acts no different than like any liberal white woman that I've ever been around, and you want to say that you're more far right than me? You were my fucking bitch in this interview. I fucking shamed you on your own fucking show because you didn't know what you were actually talking about. Video with a group of other far left communists talking about wanting to overthrow the government. Enrique, you fucking retard. We have so much data that we are overwhelmed by the data that we have, and that's why it is actually so fucking hard to do what I do. We are not at a loss of data. We have more data than you have ever seen in your fucking life. We are trying to figure out a way to make it usable to the general public in a way that is actually fucking usable. Not just throwing it all out on Twitter. Not just throwing it all out on my Substack. Actually making it usable as a research knowledge base to provide the foundation for defeating the far left. You retards are too fucking stupid to realize what we are doing, and you didn't bother to ask any good questions to find out because you just assumed that you were going to be able to walk all over me because she's going to be just so grateful to talk to me because I am the leader of the Proud Boys. I don't give a fuck who you are. I don't give a fuck. You are a massive fucking pussy so far as I'm concerned. You are a pussy that is contributing absolutely fucking nothing.
put that video on the internet. It went viral.
put a
without the help of
video-
any- Oh, can I finish my story?
Go ahead.
Because I was let you talk for a while and you were saying a lot of things that don't actually line up with reality. When I put that video on the internet, it went massively viral. It was covered all over the media, including in the New York Post, where there was a picture of me in the fucking article exposing his ass. This Texas State University system fired him. They then about thousands of socialists got together to form a committee to get him rehired back at his fucking job. A court temporarily reinstated him, and now there is another effort to and then he got fired again by the same college president, and now there is another massive effort to try to get him rehired at his job, where they have mobilized literally thousands of communists. I am fighting with thousands of communists right now to get this one Texas State University professor fired from his job for being a communist. All this stuff is documented on the internet. They're doing entire presentations about me. They're running their mouths online about me far worse than you guys are at the actual moment, because what they're saying is more hinged into reality than what you just said. So not only is my work not speculative, my work gets communists fired. If you want to go back further than that, let's talk about when I went undercover at the Socialism Conference in 2023. You're going to say that's a public space, but the reality is I was preemptively banned from going to that conference, and I have the email from the conference saying you can't come to our conference. So I had to dress up in a fucking disguise. I dressed as a non-binary person for several days. I was around actual Antifa, where I recorded them doing a number of things, including recording the president of the American Library Association saying libraries should be sites of Marxist organizing. Another thing that went viral all over the internet and caused a lot of state library associations to leave the American Library Association. And I have a long track record of doing stuff exactly like this. My stuff gets results. My stuff gets people fired. My stuff gets people out of leftist organizations. My stuff exposes what the left is doing that you guys have no F-off idea about. And I actually do appreciate the stuff that you do as well. But what I do is very different. And so to say that I have no data because you took a swing around my website for 5 minutes, like that's just unhinged from reality. And it looks really, really dumb, honestly.
So look, I applaud you for getting this guy fired, but I'm not saying
you're gonna fight against the Texas State University system with us to prevent him from getting rehired, because that's actually more productive than bitching about chokeholds.
There's a person that was a lot more destructive than this Texas State University.
This guy even knows.
And deserves.
Look at this. So I say to Enrique Tarrio, Enrique, do you want to help us keep this communist from Texas State University fired? And Enrique is about to go, there's someone from Antifa that I fought in 2016 that was a lot more destructive than this communist professor. And let's go back to 2016 and relive my glory days about that time I fought Antifa. And I haven't done anything in years, and nothing I do is productive anymore. But I did something in 2016, and I assure you, even though I don't know what the fuck you're talking about, that because I didn't bother to research anything you just said, I assure you that what I did in 2016 is far more productive than what you're doing now.
Applaud you for getting this guy fired, but I'm not saying
you're gonna fight against the Texas State University system with us to prevent him from getting rehired, because that's actually more productive than bitching about chokeholds.
There's a person that was a lot more destructive than this Texas State University that said something on the stage and deserves to get fired. By no means, I think I'd go beyond than this guy should be arrested. But there was a person a lot more destructive. His name was Christian Exu, and he was getting people fired. He was doxing people on Twitter, and he went by the handle Anti-Fash Gordon. If you were around on Twitter, I don't know if you were around on Twitter in 2020. This started all the way back in 2016.
2016, long ass time ago.
And we fired him. We sued him, the university. The litigation
2016.
Still going on. And we've done that numerous times. And then just recently with this whole the left fucking celebrating the death of Charlie Kirk, we're in the 200 range of people that we got fired, and that includes professors. And for some reason, they always have the same.
Guys, Enrique Tarrio and his friends have gotten progressives fired from their jobs for speaking bad about Charlie Kirk. And that is more important than mapping the modern activist left in Antifa and what I'm doing, because Enrique Tarrio and his friends are getting progressives fired for talking about Charlie Kirk. Now, listen, I think if you can get someone fired that's a leftist, I think that's a fundamentally good thing. I'm not going to shit on that too much. But to say that like a progressive who has made a post on the internet about Charlie Kirk is more important than a communist who is doing active organizing on Texas State University's campus campus that could potentially set a precedent for not being able to fire other. Like, do you know why that, Enrique? Let me educate you, you stupid motherfucker. Do you know why it's more important to get a Texas State University professor fired for being a communist than it is to get a progressive fired for shit talking Charlie Kirk? Because, hang on, I'm going to cough. I have a cold. Hang on. Sorry. Do you know why it's more important to get a Texas State University professor fired? Because that Texas State University professor, if he gets rehired now, he sets a national precedent for not being able to fire college professors from publicly funded institutions for being an active communist calling to overthrow the government. That is far, you might not like progressive shit-talking Charlie Kirk, and I don't like it either. But the fact of the matter is it is far more important to keep this college professor fired, to make sure the Texas State University system does not hire this college professor. Because if they rehire this college professor, if they overturn the termination, that sets a national fucking precedent, you stupid motherfucker, for not being able to fire college professors who are communists trying to overthrow the government on college campuses. And if everyone wants to email president@txstate.edu, we are in a battle right now with the communists. Now, you'll notice Enrique Tarrio has no interest at all in making sure that this communist college professor stays fired, but I think some of you guys do. I think some people watching this right now are far more tuned into reality than Enrique fucking Tarrio, and you guys understand that it is important that we absolutely cannot allow the precedent to be set that college professors are allowed to be communist and call for the overthrow of the United States government while being a professor on college fucking campuses. We cannot allow this guy to be rehired. So please, if you have a moment, and you do because you're sitting here watching this stream, send a very polite, professional email to president@texasstate.edu, txstate.edu. The email address is on the screen. Send him a very polite email saying, President Damphouse, I want to encourage you to uphold the termination of Tom Alter. We do not need our taxpayer dollars funding radical leftist organizers that are trying to overthrow the government. Please uphold the termination. We thank you for your effort and for your time, and that's all that needs to be said. You can wordsmith that in any way you want, but it can be a very short email. We are trying to balance out 4,000 socialists who have emailed the president at Texas State University. We are trying to balance out 4,000 fucking people who have already done this from the left. Enrique Tarrio doesn't give a shit about this. JD DeLay doesn't give a shit about this. Chad Canton doesn't give a shit about this. We give a shit about this. Because if this guy gets rehired, it sets a national precedent that we can't fire communists calling to overthrow the government from taxpayer-funded universities. So please, as you're watching the stream, take a minute to email president@txstate.edu and tell him very politely and very nicely, we encourage you to uphold the termination of Tom Alter because we do not want our taxpayer dollars funding communism and the overthrow of the federal government on Texas State campuses. Yeah, maybe the FBI should do that. Maybe the FBI should do that. Maybe they should. Maybe the FBI should look into that. Maybe they fucking should.
They're always in the same fields of work. They're either a professor, or they're in the healthcare industry, or they're in education, right?
Yeah.
And lesser education. So look, I'm not saying that.
Yeah,
what
we
you
watched
did
it here
wasn't
too before
a
I sent
good
it to you
thing.
guys.
I think it's just
You're just saying I
you're
don't have data and I
overblowing-
don't do anything. No, okay. Well, I would tend
I
to
don't believe so.
Hey, Enrique, I have a question
so-
for you. What is
ahead.
the most common name of Antifa organization?
Oh, this was the best part of the whole fucking stream. This was the best part. Enrique is sitting there telling me, you have no data. This was the best part of the whole stream. Is everyone paying attention? One in the chat if you're paying attention. No, the one talking to you right now is the live one. NPC detected. Settle down. All right. Settle down. Watch this. This is the best part. I'm going to clip this shit. Everyone paying attention? If anyone puts a 2 in the fucking chat, I'm going to ban you. Yeah, blow me, Enrique. Yeah, exactly. Blow.
Professors.
An urgent message to all who suffer from debilitating
Fucking
joint pain.
ads!
Try this astonishing Japanese secret tonight to deal with your...
And for some reason, they always have the same. They're always in the same fields of work. They're either a professor, or they're in the healthcare industry, or they're in education, right?
Yeah.
In lesser education. So look, I'm not saying that what you did wasn't a good thing. I think it's just
You're just saying I don't have data and I
overblowing-
don't do anything. No, okay. Well, I would tend
I
to
don't believe so.
Hey, Enrique, I have a question for you. What is the most common name of Antifa organizations?
What do you mean the most common name for?
What is the most common name of Antifa organizations?
I don't.
See, and that's
what you're
exactly the
saying.
problem. That's exactly the problem. Antifa is a decentralized group of thousands of cells all over the country, and you have an extensive amount of experience with Antifa. So, what is the most common name of their cells or organizations?
I don't get
You don't know.
the gist of the question, but go ahead.
He doesn't
Go ahead and
know. And this
explain
is
it.
the problem. And this is the problem with the Trump executive order as well, because none of you guys actually know how to identify Antifa, and none of you guys know how to define Antifa in a way that it actually gets to the heart of their organizations. The most common name of Antifa organizations are info shops, distros, or collectives. Any of those would have been an acceptable answer. The fact is, you don't know that. The Trump administration doesn't know that. And that's why that executive order isn't actually going to do anything, because you guys cannot currently identify who's an Antifa. Can we just watch that again? That beautiful fucking moment. That beautiful fucking moment where Enrique Tarrio actually has the gall to say, you don't have data, you don't have data, you don't have data, you don't have data. And then I ask him a very simple question. What is the most common name for Antifa cells? And he has no fuck off idea. Enrique Tarrio is supposed to be the master of Antifa. Enrique Tarrio is supposed to be the leader of the Proud Boys, who allegedly, according to Enrique Tarrio, have done more to fight Antifa than anyone. Enrique Tarrio doesn't know the name of Antifa groups. Enrique Tarrio doesn't know how to identify Antifa groups if they show up in the real world. He has no fucking clue, because Enrique Tarrio, all he does is he shows up at events and he causes a disturbance and he films it to go viral on the fucking internet, and that's all he fucking knows. And the same is true of most of these conservative bullshit con artists. All they do is show up at something that's gone viral on Twitter. They don't know what the fuck they're talking about. And that's why they will never, ever, ever, ever actually defeat the far left, because they have no clue how the far left is actually organized. Watch it again.
They're always in the same fields of work. They're either a professor, or they're in the healthcare industry, or they're in education, right?
Yeah.
In lesser education. So look, I'm not saying that what you did wasn't a good thing. I think it's just
You're just saying I don't have data and I
overblowing-
don't do anything. No, okay. Well, I would tend
I
to
I don't believe so.
Hey, Enrique, I have a question for you. What is the most common name of Antifa organizations?
What do you mean the most common name for?
What is the
Antifa
most common name of Antifa organizations?
I don't.
See, and that's
get what you're
exactly the
saying.
problem. That's exactly the problem. Antifa is a decentralized group of thousands of cells all over the country, and you have an extensive amount of experience with Antifa. So, what is the most common name of their cells or organizations?
I don't get
You don't
the
know.
gist of the question, but go ahead.
Because you
Go
don't
ahead
know.
and
And this
explain
is
it.
the problem. And this is the problem with the Trump executive order as well, because none of you guys actually know how to identify Antifa, and none of you guys know how to define Antifa in a way that it actually gets to the heart of their organizations. The most common name of Antifa organizations are info shops, distros, or collectives. Any of those would have been an acceptable answer. The fact is, you don't know that. The Trump administration doesn't know that. And that's why that executive order isn't actually going to do anything, because you guys cannot currently identify who's an Antifa. Do you know who currently can identify who's an Antifa? Me, because of the massive amount of data that I have on these organizations. Because I know
Have you published this data
I've published some of it. I'm working on publishing more of it because
with
this stuff all
names?
takes time. Yes, we're making a giant fuck off database with names, with organizations.
How long have you
with
been
orga-
working on this?
I've been working on this steadily for a couple of months with a group of volunteers. We're trying to get it ready so it can actually be consumed by the public.
And when do you
It's a
think that this
massive
is
amount
going
of
to
information.
release? When is this
Well, we're
gonna
going to start releasing it piecemeal, I think, pretty soon. But like, this is a years long. Do you know how far deep some of these organizations go? It is a ridiculous amount. We are trying to right now wrangle a massive amount of data to actually make it usable for the public. That's why it's not out yet.
I feel. And
I
again, you might find
feel.
this offensive, but I feel like this is another iteration of
feel.
the "trust me, bro."
And I feel like you don't even know the most common names of Antifa organizations. So look at that. Enrique Tarrio is like, I feel this is all just pinky swear. Trust me, bro. Since Enrique Tarrio thinks polls in the chat are everything that matters, 1 in the chat if you think I'm doing pinky swear. Trust me, bro. 2 in the chat if you believe I have all the data I say I have, and we are working on making it usable to the general public because it is a massive amount of data. 1 in the chat if you think I'm doing pinky swear. Trust me, bro. 2 in the chat if you think I have all the data I say I have, and we're working on making it usable, which sometimes takes time when you literally have a massive amount of fuck off data. Enrique, just so you know, if you're watching this, there are a lot of 2s in my chat right now, and the 2s in the chat are far more educated on what I've been actually doing than you are, because you just found out about me a week ago. Even though I met you in like 2022, and you don't remember meeting me, but we did actually meet in 2022 or 2021, something like that. Anyway, there's a lot of people in the chat who know I have the data. You want to know why they know I have the data, Enrique? Because I've shown it to them, or I've shown them parts of the data, or I've shown them the evidence. I haven't shown them the full extent of it yet, but there is a massive amount of fuck off data. And you're going to look really, like, you think you look stupid now, motherfucker. You are going to look really, 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 really fucking stupid when we actually start releasing this stuff. But unlike you, I'm not going to do it irresponsibly, because my goal is not to go viral on the internet. My goal is to create something for history. My goal is to create a research archive. My goal is to create something that will last for generations beyond me. And so sometimes that takes time. And I don't give a fuck if you don't like how much time I'm taking or not, because I would rather do things right than do them quickly. I would rather do things correctly and in a nuanced way than release them right now to have clickbait bullshit on Twitter. You are the clickbait artist, Enrique. I am the fucking PhD level researcher. We are trying to right now wrangle a massive amount of data to actually make it usable for the public. That's why it's not out yet.
I feel, and again, you might find this offensive, but I feel like this is another iteration of the "trust me, bro."
And I feel like you don't even know the most common names of Antifa organizations, so I'm going to take anything you have to say about it with a grain of salt.
Look, if there's anybody
Can
that's
you name
been,
me one
and
radical
if there's anybody
revolutionary
that's,
communist bookstore?
I'm sorry, Rob, what'd you say?
Hey, they're talking to him again. They're talking again. The producers are talking to him again. Hang on. The producers are talking to him again. Listen, he says, "Hey, Rob, what did you say?" The producers are talking to him again, and it's there.
If there's anybody
Can
that's
you name
been,
me one
and
radical
if there's anybody
revolutionary
that's,
communist bookstore?
I'm sorry, Rob, what'd you say?
Sorry, Rob, what'd you say?
Okay, so
Must have been a
when
great
we're
point,
talking
Rob.
about these organizations, and look, I don't want to shit on actual work, but when talking about this organization, this decentralized organization that in the Middle East, it's the same thing. These terrorist cells work exactly the same way.
Okay, but I'm not talking about the Middle East. I'm
Nobody
talking about Antifa in the United States right now.
knows. nobody knows, and nobody's done more action to get these little fucks arrested, deplatformed, and
We
fired
give people
than
the
my organization.
platform. Well,
And
congratulations
we've
to you, and
done
I'll celebrate
an
every single time you
amazing
guys get
job.
fired. But Enrique, do you know the names of the events that I've gone undercover at? You guys have done all this research on me. What are the names of the events that I went undercover at?
Again, I'm not going to say I'm a professional at your line of work. Well,
Do you
not
know that
line of
Turning
work,
Point
you.
USA and Frontlines came and followed me around on one of my latest undercover things, and they actually went with me to these events? So apparently, Turning Point USA and Frontlines takes my work very seriously, because Jonathan Cho was following me around to different anarchist book fairs that I was undercover at. He was undercover as well. He would say he was undercover as well. He released a video on it of our undercover adventures collecting their propaganda and infiltrating their
he's
events.
looking
And
at
this
his
was just
fucking. He doesn't know what the fuck I'm talking about. I'm trying to tell him explicitly, you stupid motherfucker. Turning Point USA literally came with me on my trip to the West Coast, where I went undercover at multiple fucking locations. Turning Point shadowed me to the Bay Area Anarchist Book Fair. Turning Point shadowed me to the Seattle Anarchist Book Fair. Turning Point shadowed me to Left Bank Books. Turning Point and I went together to Cal Anderson Park. Like, Turning Point shadowed me all over the fucking place. Jonathan Cho was wearing Google glasses to record what was going on because we were both undercover. Oh, Turning Point also came with me to Berkeley, California. By the way, I haven't even mentioned this. Turning Point USA came with me to the University of California, Berkeley, where we went to a socialist bookstore there. Turning Point USA went with me on 5 different undercover things, you stupid motherfucker. And then all the time that we were doing that, Jonathan Cho was undercover as well, and he would have said exactly the same fucking thing. And Enrique Tarrio has no fucking clue what I'm talking about, which is why he's searching his notebook. Oh my God, what is this bitch saying? Again, let's just go through that beautiful segment again.
Sorry, Rob, what'd you say? Okay. So, when we're talking about these organizations, and look,
Yeah.
I don't want to shit on actual work, but when talking about this organization, this decentralized organization that, you know, in the Middle East, is the same thing. You know, these terrorist cells work exactly the same way.
Okay, but I'm not talking about the Middle East. I'm talking about Antifa in the United States right now.
Nobody knows, and nobody's done more action to get these little fucks arrested, deplatformed, and fired than my organization.
Well,
And
congratulations
we've
to you, and
done
I'll celebrate
an
every single time you
amazing
guys get
job.
fired. But Enrique, do you know the names of the events that I've gone undercover at? You guys have done all this research on me. What are the names of the events that I went undercover at?
Again, I'm not going to say I'm a professional at your line of work. Well,
Do you
not
know that
line of
Turning
work,
Point
you.
USA and Frontlines came and followed me around on one of my latest undercover things, and they actually went with me to these events? So apparently, Turning Point USA and Frontlines takes my work very seriously, because Jonathan Cho was following me around to different anarchist book fairs that I was undercover at. He was undercover as well. He would say he was undercover as well. He released a video on it of our undercover adventures collecting their propaganda and infiltrating their events. And this was just a couple weeks ago. So again, I got to say, you guys are not doing well with your research. Turning Point USA is publishing my stuff and saying she's going undercover at events. You guys are saying, no, she's not. Pinky swear. Trust me, bro. You don't even know the names of the events that I went to.
Okay. So let's
Okay. You guys get the picture. This is what I did for 2 fucking hours today. Yeah, it is actually embarrassing, isn't it? It is actually fucking embarrassing. Nervously flips through notebook because he doesn't know that Turning Point recently covered my work. Yeah, brutal, yeah. He took that one like a man. I basically bent Enrique Tarrio over his fucking desk and fucked him on top of that stupid notebook that he keeps flipping through, because he had no idea what I was talking about, because all Enrique Tarrio did was Kiwi Farms journalism, where he was fed a smear campaign by his stupid friends, JD DeLay and what is his name? Chad Canton. Wait, what? What? You were featured in Candace Owens' video? What?
I was featured in Candace Owens' video today in an X space we were in with Nick Fuentes. You weren't speaking, but your name was when we were talking to the Daily Wire guy, when we were talking to Jeremy Boring. Yeah, I remember that. That's probably what it was. Yeah, I basically pegged Enrique Tarrio today. I pegged Enrique Tarrio. He took it like a man. What can you say? What can you say? Let's see where it goes from here. I gotta say, you guys are not doing well with your research. Turning Point USA is publishing my stuff and saying she's going undercover at events. You guys are saying, no, she's not. Pinky swear, trust me, bro. You don't even know the names of the events that I went to.
Okay. So
Okay.
let's
Okay.
we're moving on to an hour and 12 minutes. I kind of want to close it at an hour and 30.
So for the rest of this interview, Enrique Tarrio just rolls out some really horrific smears about me that have been on the internet for a couple of years. And now he's getting really pissed off because I have owned him and bent him over and fucked him on multiple occasions throughout this interview. So so now Enrique Tarrio is getting really, really pissed at me. And so like what I want to say, guys, is like if you want to watch the rest of the interview, you can go and watch it. I don't particularly want to, though. I don't want to. I don't know. I said he was a low IQ retard with a small penis several times. But like, I feel like we've really reached the end of the interview where I was really saying anything productive, because at this point, I was just kind of like, I just didn't give a fuck anymore. And there's nothing else productive from my perspective in this interview. It's just Enrique Tarrio trying to smear me because he's one bitter motherfucker that I hurt his friends' feelings. It's sad. It's pathetic. It's pathetic that the Proud Boys have to put up with this guy as their leader. It's sad and pathetic. Hey, thanks, Cynthia! Cynthia in with the gifted channel memberships. We have Finchetto. We have Scott. We have Senor. Everett got one. Izumo got one, and S. Foster got one. Congrats to everyone who got a channel membership. I really do appreciate that, Cynthia. Chad Keaton and Matt Retardio, the geniuses behind the Antifa street treaty. Let's all... Yeah, do you guys remember when Chad Keaton and Matt Retardio said, what if we just had a barbecue and smoked some weed with Antifa and that'll fix everything? Hey guys, what if we just smoke weed with Antifa? Then everything will be fixed again. Like, what the fuck, man? I should be the leader of the Proud Boys? Nah, I think the Proud Boys need a real man leading them, but I don't think Enrique Tarrio is really a real man. I think Enrique Tarrio is a massive pussy. Whatever. So what I do want to do, guys, is I know we've been doing this for a little while. It's almost 4 hours into the stream. I do actually want to watch this video, though. I do actually want to watch this video. So we're switching gears. If you were just here for the Enrique Yo! Amalek, you missed the entire fucking thing on Enrique Tarrio. Amalek, you missed the entire segment on Enrique Tarrio. Where the fuck were you, bro? I have been dragging Amalek, I literally bent Enrique Tarrio over and fucked him today. I pegged Enrique Tarrio. I made Enrique Tarrio my bitch. Like, you just, how dare you? How dare you miss this stream? Amalek, this stream was all for you. I did it for you. And I thought you would be so proud of me. And I thought that you would be so happy. And then you weren't even here. I feel betrayed by you. What the fuck? What the fuck is wrong with you? You're not organizing your entire days around me? For shame, Amalek. For shame. For shame, sir. For shame. Yeah, you're being a bum. You were busy being a bum. Amalek, what I'm going to need you to do is I'm going to need you to rewind. Just rewind and go watch the Enrique Tarrio reaction. You'll have far more fun with that. Yeah, Shane. Yep, Shane on Amalek. Shame, Amalek. I didn't even drop the M-bomb. I should have, though. I should have called Enrique Tarrio a nigger. I really should. No, but he's not really. He's like Puerto Rican or something. Oh, wow. Yeah, be kind. Please rewind. Yeah. All right, we're moving on because I do actually want to watch this this response that Triple B Collective did to me. Now, again, I'm not exactly sure why. Oh, he's Cuban. So what slur do I use with Enrique Tarrio then? Amalek, what is a good slur to use with Enrique Tarrio? Please, like, I'm not up on my like racist dog whistles. So I don't exactly know what slur I'm supposed to use with Cubans. How do I be racist to a Cuban? I don't know. Anyway, so I interviewed Triple B Collective on the channel earlier this week, and I found out that I really don't think that Ty from Triple B Collective is a member of Antifa, but I think he was peripheral. I think he was doing a lot of drugs in left-wing spaces at the time. I think that he did definitely participate in some direct actions. I would consider him more of a useful idiot for Antifa, and I don't mean that I think he's an idiot because I don't think he's an idiot, but that's just the term that's used when Antifa uses someone to do what they want them to do, right? And so I'm not saying that I think Ty is stupid because I don't think he's stupid. I'm truly not saying that. But like, I think that he was used as like kind of like a floater, a useful idiot type person. I don't think that he was actually a member of Antifa. But listen, I want to say this too. I think that like, I don't think what he's doing is bad. And I don't think that the inclinations he has to try to interview Antifa or former Antifa is wrong. I actually think it's a really good thing. I'm confused about why I'm getting a response video when I thought that I was very, very nice on my stream. And then I looked in some of the comments, and we'll just scroll through some of the comments here. Let's see. Now, not everyone was like critical. Hang on. Watch Dr. K interview in your response to it. She was the absolute height of kindness. I was the height of kindness. I was. That comment is correct. This person says, she purposefully is an agitator. I think the reason she chooses to claim she's a fascist is because she feels she has to be that way. But what you showed me she couldn't be trusted was how she targeted you. I targeted him. I targeted him. How exactly did I target him? Because I'm pretty sure I could have targeted him. I could have targeted him. I definitely could have targeted him. But I feel like I was actually pretty fucking nice about the whole situation. She targeted you and basically tried to push you on the whole can't claim you were part of group because you weren't high up. Personally, she showed me how far people have gone thinking they're right for the sake of it. I'm currently in the hospitals for some issues, but I think I'm rather done being civilized with all the groups who try to Let's see. You were far more patient with things than I would be. But to their credit, some people are saying that it was a good interview, and so that's good too. That's good too. I've been baffled by Karlyn calling herself a fascist. Growing up in the 70s, we were taught Mussolini was a fascist. Fascism to Karlyn is apparently a Googleist revisionist version, said someone who's never listened to my work. Cynthia, why are you giving out all these channel memberships today, Cynthia? I really do appreciate that, though. That's pretty rad. Let's see who got a channel membership. Mark got one, Carol got one, Junkie got one, Owner of Things got one, and Faith and Hope got one. Congratulations to everyone who got a channel membership. As a reminder, we will hopefully be doing an infiltration this weekend, a spy stream. So if you got a YouTube channel membership, you are invited to our spy streams. Make sure you're checking the poster community tab. For those, I will be posting the information hopefully later today. Anyway. Let's watch this video and let's see what he actually said. And again, I really hope that this is nice. I really hope that this is not actually a big deal. But I felt as though I was very, very, very nice. Hang on. I felt as though I was very, very, very nice to this person. And I'm a bit confused about why I necessitated a response video. So let's see what was said in the response video, shall we?
All right, you guys, welcome back to another episode of Triple B. So this video is a response to the interview that I did with Karlyn Borysenko. For those who haven't seen it yet, maybe just click this off, hit the link in the description, and go see it first for yourself. I had a really nice time. It was really cool.
That's good.
It was a really great experience. I know there's some people unhappy about some of the things she said, but I kind of wanted to come and give my response to it because yesterday was a really healthy conversation.
Good. I appreciate
and it was a
that.
wild conversation. And we definitely had our political differences, particularly in the fascism department, which I want to say one thing on real quick. Why would I sit down with someone who's a self-declared fascist? A, because I would have, regardless of anybody, I don't care who I have to talk to. I enjoy talking with people from all walks of life. I actually reached out to Black Panther maybe about a year ago, and that interview almost happened, and then it just fell through. So, like, I'm willing to talk to anybody. But the reality is, even when people closest to me who I knew who she was, were telling me that she was basically a self-declared fascist, you spend enough time in these Antifa crowds, that word becomes devalued so hard to where even the most intelligent people in my sphere who were saying that and being like, you know, just watch out, be careful, do what you're going to do. We know we can't stop you. I didn't believe them because that word has no power anymore. So
It's almost like the smart people realize that words only have the power that we give them. And it's almost like smart people realize that maybe I'm making a political point. Everyone understands, right? Like, maybe I'm making a political point. Maybe I'm making a point about speech. Maybe I'm making a point that you're allowed to be a self-identified communist in America and no one gives a flying fuck and you'll still get your university professor job. But you do the exact opposite of that, and all of a sudden everyone gives a fuck. And no, don't talk to her. She's a self-described fascist. It's almost like some people get it and some people don't get it, right?
So I figured I'd ask her the question myself, which I did, and I got the answers for myself. So that was a very interesting conversation. But just to throw out how little that word seems to mean anymore, even for a guy like me, it's just like, I can't trust when people say that anymore. Maybe that's a problem. But no, you know, the biggest thing that she came back at me on, which I was kind of just like taken back by at first, but I did enjoy the pushback. I really genuinely did, was her saying that she didn't believe that I was an Antifa member. And in my head, I'm like, oh, here we go. I know she's a little fiery. So I'm just like, oh, okay, well, you know, she's pressuring me. She's trying to get some information. So I, you know, didn't hesitate, gave her my side of the story, back and forth, back and forth. But no, she really, I think her point by the end of the interview, the more she kept coming back to that point and further explaining things, is really kind of what I've been saying on the channel all along, that I was a drifter, that I was looking for my place, that I never fell into any particular chapter or cell. So she's kind of right. Like, that means that I wasn't
right
in that aspect,
I
in the more
was
official
right.
sense, a member.
Yes.
So that was a very interesting perspective to hear, because I'd never really been challenged on my thoughts like that, because really, again, like I said, she's saying what I've been saying. She just phrased it in a different way. That honestly kind of felt like it took some weight off my shoulders in a weird way. That being said, I still believe I was a member of Antifa.
No, you weren't, bro. I'm sorry.
What do I mean by that?
I'm sorry. You really weren't. But that doesn't mean you didn't do direct actions with them, and it doesn't mean you weren't in some seedy underground culture, but I disagree, like, strongly. Rooting out the absurd by being absurd. That's exactly right. And listen, man, listen. I don't really think we got the full story of Ty's experience, because I think that Ty is still working out what the fuck happened. And my perception of the fact
is that Ty was doing a lot of drugs at that time, and he may not have been aware of what was going on. And I don't say that with any sort of judgment. I really don't. I don't care if people do drugs. I hope that he's okay. I hope that, like, I think that people should be able to do whatever they want with their body, essentially. But I mean, if he was having a hard time during that period and he was not sober and he wasn't aware of what was going on, maybe because of that, it's kind of like, you know, I have a certain amount of like sympathy for that, but that doesn't mean that I think that he was a part of Antifa, because I don't think he was actually on any inner circle of Antifa. I don't think he was organizing with them consistently. If he was organizing with them consistently, he would have had to learn the stuff that he didn't learn. But at the same time, he did have the materials. And so again, I think that he was involved somewhat, but I don't necessarily think he was fully in it, and he's not able to define it. And I hope he works on that. I don't say that, I'm trying not to be like condescending at all, because I do think that Ty is like a nice person. And I don't wish him any ill, and I don't feel like I have any personal beef with him at all. And I like what he's doing on his YouTube channel, by the way. Like, I like that he's trying to interview former members of Antifa, and I think that that's going to be something, if he's able to be successful at it, that would be hugely valuable for all of us. So I'm actually not trying to shit talk him. I'm just saying that if his claim of like doing a lot of drugs and maybe doing a direct action every once in a while is his definition of being an Antifa, I guess he and I just fundamentally disagree on what that definition is. And if he wants to come up with a working definition for what it means to be a member of Antifa, he's more than welcome to do that. I have no issue with that. And then we can debate it, because this should be an intellectual discussion.
It's much more nuanced and complicated than even people like Karlyn Borysenko and Andy No can understand.
I don't think that
Temple
that's
or any
true,
of the
but
others.
okay.
And I think that that's kind of what my experience is teaching, is that there's an underbelly to all of this. And a lot of it is fueled by drugs and depression and psychological trauma. And
hey, thank you, Cynthia,
you know,
for the
I was telling
super
someone
chat.
in the comments, like, I feel
it.
like my role in Antifa at the end of the day is I was a therapist.
Thank you.
It's the same in the workplace. It's the same with a lot of places I go. People just feel like they can talk to me because they can. I'm not going to be judgmental. And if I have something to say and it's harsh, like, it's typically only when people need to hear it. And on occasion, I've misfired and overstepped and said some things that have hurt people. But for the most part, I always keep it real with people. And I've always been kind of like a therapist of sorts to these people. As a result, I've spent most of my life, you know, right back down to my father in my youngest years. Like, I'm always trying to keep someone from committing suicide. Always. Not a year goes by where someone's not trying to commit suicide. Ever. With anyone that I've ever met. And I'm always the guy trying to be like, hey, buddy, been there. Come on. Let's talk about this. Open up. And the same can be said for a lot of the people in Antifa. And that's how I got to know so many people on a personal level. How I got to learn about their spiritual practices, about their family backgrounds, about their traumas, about their fears, about their hopes. So, you know, I've struggled over the past 2 years.
But here's the thing. And again, I don't mean to be judgmental. I'm not being judgmental about people's struggles. Okay? People struggle. Life is trauma. It is what it is. How does he know he was talking in Antifa? Okay, I'll try not to hit my mic. How does he know he was talking to people in Antifa? If he wasn't actually in Antifa, then how does he know whether or not he was talking to people in Antifa when he was doing these therapy sessions? He doesn't.
By the way, I've been doing this channel. I keep saying 1, and that's just because time has been so weird these last 2 years that, again, I have the wrong date tattooed on my arm from a riot. That should be the 30th. Dates aren't always my strong suit. But I've been struggling to figure out what this is. That's why the channel's kind of all over the place, is it's just me using my artistic expression and creativity to kind of figure out what's right, what's wrong, what can I hit different tones, emotions, you know. It's the channel's kind of been a playground in a way. But more importantly than that, Triple B for me has been a battle. It's been me declaring war on the forces of darkness that I invited into my life, that I became, that I allowed to destroy my country.
Oh, guys, here's someone new on the channel.
And
okay,
I'm not even
okay,
necessarily
let's
talking
see,
about
let's see. Let's look at this person's channel history. Hang on, let's make sure we look at this person's channel history. Let's see. This person has one chat into the channel in the history of the channel. I agree with your goals, but I don't see how being an insufferable cunt helps you. You shun potential allies. I hope you don't talk this so much shit in public. You might get tooled up. So, guys, this MAGA retard thinks I should be nice to them. This MAGA retard who has literally never chatted in on my channel before. This MAGA retard thinks that we all have an obligation to be nice to them and to coddle their feelings. And if we don't coddle their feelings, they're gonna beat me up in public, guys. So let me put this up to a vote. I'm gonna do this in a vote I'm gonna be like Caesar. And I'm going to do this as a vote in the community. 1 in the chat if you think we should welcome this MAGA retard into our community. 2 in the chat if you think we should ban this MAGA retard from our community. 1 in the chat if you think we should be welcoming this MAGA retard into our community. 2 in the chat if you think we should ban them. I'm like Caesar in this case. I'm listening to the will of the people, bro. The will of the people. The will of the people say no. The will of the people say we don't want you here. You want to know the advantages of being an insufferable cunt? I am doing the will of the community. I am doing the will of the people. The people do not want you here. So, too bad, so sad. You're permanently banned. Go away. Goodbye. We don't want you here. Go away.
For there. I just want to know who's encouraging these people to do this, who's paying for these kids to do this.
Who's paying?
I want the money to be tracked. I want it to be followed. But more importantly, I want these people to have a way out. And if they have gotten out and they're still struggling, then there has to be some way to help them, because the American people need that right now more than ever, is the perspective of people who were a part of the Antifa movement, because having those stories and having them told, these people leaving the cult to tell all the cult's dirty secrets, that's going to devalue them saying things in the comments constantly like, we're not an organization, we're just an idea, you can't define us. All these things they like to throw in there, they're just cult tactics. So when people step out from the cult and speak out on that, that is going to be the strongest sledgehammer against the Antifa movement. I truly believe this. And if people like me and Brother Scrub are liars,
I don't know who
then
Brother
people in
Scrub
Antifa,
is.
you should have nothing to fear. Because that's all we're here to do, is tell our stories.
I have no
And to
idea who Brother Scrub
get
is.
some answers.
Cynthia! Can everyone
But,
can everyone give a round of applause to Cynthia? Cynthia has donated like 25 channel memberships today, and that's fucking rad. Red got 1, Richard got 1, Kimberly got 1, Godzilla got 1, Lady got 1. Congratulations to everyone who got another of Cynthia's 5 channel memberships. I appreciate it, Cynthia. Thank you for supporting the channel.
No, the reality is I was in Antifa. But for those out there who would say that I'm not, or that I wasn't, I mean, that's fine. Maybe it'll be a debate till the end of time. But Brother Scrub, he was black bloc.
I don't know who
Getting
that
called
is.
out the way I did in that Karlyn Borysenko interview, that was a mind fuck.
To be really fucking clear, I didn't call out anyone. You, sir, are public on the internet. The chat was calling you out far worse than I was. I'm sorry. The chat identified that the things that you said do not align with what we have seen with real world evidence. And listen, man, I understand that may have been a jarring experience. I really, really do. But to say that I called you out, I was actually incredibly fucking nice. I was trying to calm the fucking chat down, if anything. I stopped too soon? Okay. Well, we'll keep going. Okay.
Because apparently Karlyn is the one who set up the interview between Eric, the ex-Antifa whistleblower on Fox News.
Cheers.
And he had her call me out.
All right.
And really, in the same way that I've been sitting here getting annoyed, being told that my story isn't real, that I wasn't a part of this, that I'm just a plant, that somebody's paying me.
To be really clear, I believe his story is real. I do not believe he's a plant. I do not believe someone is paying him. I think that we shouldn't be spreading rumors either. I think his story is real. I do not think that he was a full member of Antifa. I don't even really think he bought into the ideology of Antifa. I think he was there to get drugs. But I don't think his story is fake. I think his story is very real. I think he experienced something. I just don't think that thing was being a member of Antifa, but I do think that his experience is valuable. And I think his experience matters. And I think that his desire to talk to other former members of Antifa is good, okay? But I don't think he was a fucking plant, and I don't think he's being paid, and I really don't want any of that shit being spread in my name.
Things that aren't true. I went and did the same thing to him. And that fucked with me a little bit because I want to be someone that can help these people. So I have to really consider what I'm doing. And the reality is, you know, she called me out on not knowing what zines were.
I did, yep.
But
he
has realistically,
them.
if I ever heard that term, it was probably, I considered it Gen Z slang and just rolled my eyes because
he has the zines, though, is the thing. And the thing is, I know he has the zines because he sent me a picture of them. And some of the zines he has are the same zines that I've seen at anarchist book fairs. So he literally does have physical possession of zines. He just didn't know what they were called.
It's such a stupid sounding fucking word. And I should have got it on the interview because it was just in a folder over there, but I sent her pictures of it.
He did.
These are my zines.
Yeah, he did.
You know? What they mean when they say peace and the making of outside agitators. 2 essays on the rebellion in Ferguson. Community organizing basics. Activist organizers and leaders, community organizing principles, conversations with new or existing volunteers, convening meetings/teams. By the Neighborhood Anarchist Collective. Understanding patriarchy. What is security culture? A guide to staying safe. Life Without Law, an introduction to anarchist politics.
That last one, I actually bought that at the Seattle Anarchist Book Fair. So that is a hyper relevant one. And listen, you can think the term zine is dated. The far left still uses that term. So whether you think it's dated is irrelevant because the far left has entire fucking conferences about zines, okay? The far left hands out zines like they hand out fucking candy or gum or fucking Altoids or like whatever. The far left has a lot of these things and they still use that word. So whether or not you like it is... Cynthia, seriously? What the fuck? Like, I appreciate the support, Cynthia. Cynthia is the MVP of the day. Bama Law, Jeannie, Jackie and Jody, Latrina, and Ella all got another membership from Cynthia. Thank you, Cynthia, for the support. I really appreciate it.
Now, because my views on how I should be in Antifa was so different, I wanted to think differently than everybody else. So I had different focuses. I was watching the riot footage constantly. I was typically, if I was reading, it would be about more Nazi stuff, but also I spent a lot of time just in esoteric literature. I was sooner to like go through something about the Necronomicon or the Emerald Tablets of Thoth or something like that.
Oh, he was doing that.
This.
Because he wasn't really.
You know,
an
for
Antifa.
me, it was just that was good to get out there because it furthers our message, and that I didn't really need to pay attention to it. The only time that I ever really read through any of them was probably about a year or two after I left. I found them and I was just like, I read through a few pages and I was just like, oh, this is stupid. Why did I fall for this? And I just kind of put them back up and I didn't even look back on them.
Because it was about the drugs. It wasn't about
people keep sending me all this information on Antifa, which I appreciate. You know, just keep doing it because I'm going to get to a lot of it when I can. But the reality is that now I've gone on such big podcasts and I'm like, the message is starting to get out there. I'm feeling drowned as shit. And I only did it to myself. I've always done that to myself. I always drown myself in projects. But also a problem with that in my past is that means a lot of projects haven't been seen through. Which is what I wanted this podcast to be, was a finished project, proving to myself that I can finish a fucking project. And I still want to continue with it for as long as necessary, but it's certainly not going to be forever. But I want to keep it open as a way to allow people who are in Antifa or who've been a part of any side of this, really. Like, I'm down to talk to anybody, but I really want to talk to former Antifa members the most. I still want to have this as a place where we can have these really unorthodox conversations, because these conversations are pretty unorthodox on the channel, given how we all treat each other on a daily basis. And I think we all need to talk to each other a little more like the conversations held here on the channel, like with Karlyn Borysenko. I think fascism's fucking abhorrent. I did not agree with a lot of her perspective on history and, you know, there's some ideological differences, but here's the reality. I don't care. Because from what I've heard talking to a lot of these people on the far right, they'd rather just keep what we have going now. They're just scared that they're going to have that's going to be their only option in the end, because Antifa's pushed it too fucking far. That's something that I'm gathering. That's some commonality. I can see their thought process on that. So I'm not going to sit here and be like, no, you dumb bitch. This is where your theory is wrong. And don't you know what happened to the Jewish people and this and that and that? She's heard it.
Oh.
She's heard it.
Oh. He doesn't know about the Jews yet. We love Jewish people on this channel. We do not. There's no anti-Semitism here. He doesn't know about the Jews yet, guys. He doesn't know. Listen, that's okay. Listen, I wish I didn't know. I wish I didn't fucking know. I really wish I didn't fucking know. I wish I had never. I wish I didn't know. There's a lot he doesn't know. There's a lot. But that's okay, because you know what? Like, listen, it is a process when you're waking up. It is a process. He is not ready for the World War II discussion yet. Many people are not ready for the World War II discussion yet. Okay. If you are ready for the World War II discussion, I think a good place to start is by watching the greatest, what the fuck is it called? Oh! If you are new, what I would do, hang on. If you are new, what I would do is go find a documentary called The Greatest Story Never Told. We actually did watch this. We watched this over on Rumble. I will put this. Oh shit! This has 17,000 fucking views.
Attention, law enforcement.
Oh,
you took an oath to protect and serve, to keep your family, your neighborhood safe. But in
my
too many
review of
cities,
it.
dangerous illegals walk free as police
This has
are forced
17,000 fucking views. Are you kidding me?
Energy means a more secure
Wow.
future. Last year, Chevron increased U.S. production.
Yeah, we watched The Greatest Story Never Told over on Rumble. We did not watch it on YouTube for reasons, because sometimes I do this show called called Something Controversial, and sometimes I only do that show on Rumble because I can't do that show on YouTube because reasons.
And someday I would really like to watch Europa on that show, but it's 12 fucking hours long, and sometimes we just don't have that much time. But we did watch The Greatest Story Never Told, or you can find The Greatest Story Never Told on BitChute. You can find The Greatest Story Never Told on Odyssey. But I recommend you don't start with Europa because Europa is really fucking long. And there's a lot in Europa, and there's some things that are wrong in Europa. Like Europa is not 100% accurate. So I would recommend starting with The Greatest Story Never Told because it's shorter. And it will give you access to information and a perspective that perhaps you had never considered before. And I'm not saying that's the only source of that information. It's just one of the sources that I kind of started with early on, and I found it to be helpful. And I think that people should watch it and just consider it. Just consider it. Well, it is 6 hours long, but Europa is 12 hours long. Okay. You can watch it in 6 parts. You can watch it in 6 episodes if you want to. But Ty still has some things to learn. And again, we love Jews on this channel. We love bagels. Hitler was the worst person that ever lived. You know, all that stuff, whatever. I'm just saying that sometimes things are not exactly as you think they are. And sometimes the Jews have not been the greatest victims in all of history. And sometimes other stuff has happened that maybe you don't know about yet because you have not accessed the information yet. And maybe sometimes you're not ready for that information because this particular piece of information is a lot. But for those who are ready, you now have a resource.
What can I bring to the table that's different? Maybe just listening to what she has to say. And I think God shone through in the end because then Eric from Fox News reached out. Basically said, hey, I appreciate the way you handled that. And I'll offer a retraction video, but let this be the first time I've said it publicly. Man, I'm sorry. That wasn't cool of me. I had the same emotional impulses as everybody else, and I followed the crowd. That's exactly what I want to break free from. So
it's hard, bro. It's hard.
I'm trying to treat my mind healthier. I'm trying not to overly focus, quite frankly, on too much of what Antifa has going on in the current moment. Because for all those years, I was watching Antifa constantly, seeing what they were doing, following all the battles around the country. And it wasn't good for my mind. So it's actually very hard for me to sit here and go through a lot of this. I still don't really quite know who Tommy Boy is. I've just seen a couple punch videos. I don't know his story. I really like Nick Shirley. I followed some Nick Shirley, and he's really good at what he does. I've watched a few videos on Karlyn Borysenko, but I don't lock myself in the back cave that much anymore, just focusing on it.
Listen, to be very clear, you should not watch videos about me. You should just watch my content. Videos about me tend to be ridiculous and stupid and mostly filled with smear campaigns. Cynthia's just sitting there Cynthia's sitting there handing out dollar bills, y'all. Dollar bills. Brostania, Mandate, Amanda, Roku, Sarah, congratulations on your new channel memberships from Cynthia. Cynthia, queen of the chat for the day. But for real, guys, if you guys see someone post a video about me, don't watch it. Like, honestly, I have never seen an accurate video posted about me that I was not involved in. Just come here. Just actually listen to what I say. I'm just saying, you know, other people like to lie and make shit up because they get their feelings hurt that they got blocked on Twitter. You can actually just come and listen to me directly. You don't have to listen to other people.
Constantly. Or rather, that's what I'm trying not to do because it's still very hard not to do that sometimes. So it's why I have so much alien and metaphysical stuff on the channel it's like I need a break from that every now and again. Yeah, I should probably be reading through these right now. And I'm going to on the channel. I'll do a reading video.
Good.
But really, what I'm trying to do lately, dude, I'm trying to read Star Wars.
That's probably
I'm trying to
better.
read some comic books.
That's
I'm trying to put together
probably
some
better.
scripts for some fun fan film projects that I think could be super dope, super creative. Yeah, something that doesn't really have to do much with the channel, but you know, I don't want to be the next Andy No. I don't want to be the next Karlyn Borysenko. I don't want to be Antifa's top enemy. I don't want to be some crazy political figure. I want to be me. And I'm a geeky white boy. I'm a fucking nerd. I love conspiracies. I love aliens. I love the paranormal. I love learning about extremism. I love politics. I love the darker side of life and understanding the deeper workings of things. I want to make my time on this earth worth it, being the best me that I can, because for my entire life, even before Antifa, I treated myself like shit. And I had a shitty life because of it. I didn't live up to my potential. I lied, I cheated, I stole, I became a junkie, I became an alcoholic. I pushed away a lot of people in my life. I severed a lot of family ties that I shouldn't have. I took a lot of abuse from a lot of people that I shouldn't have. But I've also seen a lot of crazy shit in this world. And I want to continue to expand my knowledge on that by talking to other people who've been through the same shit.
As you should.
And who can offer me something to further my knowledge. You know, I was a part of Antifa. But I'm also not going to sit here and pretend like I was some big fish and I have all the fucking answers. I'd like to talk to the big fish that have the answers. And I just have a lot of things to consider, a lot of things I'm working on. You know, part of me is like, I've been hearing a lot about the idea of a nonprofit. I've been talking to people about that. Could a nonprofit help to de-radicalize people and get people out of these spaces, be it on the far left or the far right? Or gangs, or cults in general? You know, I'd like to help those people outside of a podcast one day. I've been grappling with the fact that when I decided to start this podcast, I was like, I don't want to be a tattoo artist anymore.
I mean, he's a tattoo artist.
It's brought me a lot of pleasure, and I spent some years learning how to do it, and I've had fun doing it, and I'll still probably tattoo on occasion, but that was a hard one because I always wanted to be a tattoo artist. But now I'm sitting here thinking, I'd like to be a tattoo removal technician. That's going to take a lot of saving up money, going to school, learning the craft, something I know very little about. But that means that I can't drown myself in Antifa 24/7. Otherwise, I'm not really breaking away from it. And then I'm not setting a good example for others to break away from it too, because the reality is I'm doing this because I don't want a fucking civil war. So I'm throwing everything that I can at it. All my music, all my videos, all my sins, my stories about my friends, people that I miss fucking every day. As much as I've been angry with them for the past 2 years, and a lot of my rage has come out in the channel, I miss them. But I also wish they knew how responsible they were for this, because even little guys like me were responsible. And I'm going to carry that weight for the rest of my life. Until the day that I die, and hopefully I go to heaven. Because I've lived through hell, and I don't like it. It's not fun. So I'm very grateful for my conversation with Karlyn. And I'm grateful for every conversation that I've had here on the channel. Even if it's the last conversation I'll ever have with a lot of these people, I'm always going to treasure it. Even if this whole channel got yanked tomorrow, it can never be taken away.
Hey, thanks, Rocket Queen. Appreciate you.
So, thank you guys. Thank you, Karlyn. Thank you, Eric.
I hope it's not the last conversation I have with this guy. Listen, I think that this guy is going on a journey. And I bet on that journey, man. I bet on it. I bet on it. And I think he's genuine, and I think he's on a search for the truth. And sometimes this stuff just takes time. It takes time to reverse engineer all the things that you've been through. It takes time to reverse, especially he was doing drugs, man. I have never been really a drug user. I do psychedelics every once in a while, or I'll do ayahuasca, or I'll do like ceremonies and stuff like that. But that's all in like a highly controlled setting. Like I've never been just like a casual drug user apart from like weed. And so like I don't have that experience, and I don't know how that fucks with you. And so I would say that like I think he's on a journey of trying to figure out what the fuck happened to him and what he was involved with. I think he's still on that journey, and I think his cause is noble and good. I don't think he was a member of Antifa, but I think he was peripheral to Antifa. I think he was definitely around Antifa. I think he was participating in direct actions. And I think like, you know, the thing of it too is like, in a couple years, he's going to have a lot of benefit of hindsight, because it's like some of this stuff, you have to work it out. It takes time to work it out. And so I hope that's not the last conversation that he and I have, because I do think that he was involved with something. I think he himself does not know exactly what he was involved with, because he hasn't reverse engineered everything and he hasn't figured it all out yet. And that's no shade, guys. This is like part of the human experience. It's part of like going, what the fuck? Like it's like part of me going like, why the ever-loving fuck was I just listening to MSNBC in the house all day, every day? Like, why was I doing that? I look back on that now and I'm like, Karlyn, would you fucking out of your mind? What the fuck? I look back at some of the stupid shit I did and the stupid shit I said when I was on the left, and I'm like, that maybe wasn't your best decision of your entire life, you stupid bitch. Like, and so it is a process, guys, and it's a human process, and human processes don't come overnight. And I think he's in the process of reverse engineering all the shit that happened to him. And it does just take time. And he's getting exposed to all sorts of crazy shit. And he's at the, you also have to remember, he's at the beginning of the journey of all of the crazy shit that he's going to be exposed to on the internet. Remember, do you guys remember when does everyone remember when they were a normie? Because there was a time when every single person watching was a normie. And there was a time when none of us knew shit about shit. And we all thought we knew everything. We all thought we had it all figured out. And then we just keep finding out thing after thing after thing. And then we're like, I didn't know what the fuck was going on. I had no idea. We were all normies once, okay? And the process of going from normie to based is long, and it is arduous, and it is heartbreaking at times, and it is difficult, and it is infuriating. And it's like you have to, and everyone has their own entry point, and everyone has their own things that will radicalize you, and everyone has their own things that make you finally understand all of the shit that we have been lied to about. Every single person has their own process. And I think that Ty is going through a process. And yeah, you go through the 5 stages of grief. There's anger, there's frustration, there's bargaining, there's denial, there's acceptance. There's like every part of the 5 stages of grief. And it's just like, you just have to allow the process to work itself out.
Thank you for everybody who's been a part of the collective. Probably wake my dog up. He's whimpering.
Cynthia!
Right. Peace and love, you guys.
Cynthia. Here again. Cynthia. Let's see. Janet got one. Tim got one. Tam got one. Finn's got one. Mad Frog got one. Thank you, Cynthia. I appreciate you. What's the rest of this video? It's like another 4 minutes. It's 4 minutes of blackness. What's this?
I miss the days when no one even knew my name. Now everywhere I go, I wear a hat to hide my face. I got web.
All right, I'm not listening to the hip hop song. I'm not listening to the hip hop song. That's not gonna happen. That's not gonna happen. All right. Well, we watched Enrique Tarrio being a massive retard. Now, let me just check real quick. Let me just check. I might have something secret that I need to look at to see what we're doing tomorrow. Well, okay. So if the plan goes off tomorrow, Socialism Saturday will not start until an hour later. Okay, I'm just going to tell you that right now. If the plan goes off tomorrow, Socialism Saturday will be starting about an hour and a half later than normal. But I don't have confirmation really that the plan is going off tomorrow, but I will send out an email to my Substack about it. So if you're not yet a part of my Substack, then make sure you sign up. Hang on, I'll get it on the screen so you know what you're looking at. Hang on. Guys, if you want to come to Spy Stream this weekend, assuming it happens, and again, we have to be flexible with Spy Stream. I'm trying to infiltrate a live leftist event. You know, Enrique Tarrio can shit talk what I do, and JD DeLay can shit talk what I do, and Chad Canton can shit talk what I do. But the fact of the matter is that none of them actually know how I do it, because sometimes it's actually really difficult to get into these so-called public events. And sometimes, even when you sign up on multiple accounts, even when you have other people sign up for you, sometimes it is actually rather difficult to get into these so-called public events. But if we are doing a Spy Stream this weekend, then I will be letting you know over on the Substack. That is Karlyn, KARLYN.substack.com. And does it allow gift memberships? It does. You can gift memberships, you can donate memberships, and you can get a membership yourself, Cynthia. But if you're a YouTube channel member, which Cynthia you are, Spy Streams are also available to YouTube channel members, okay? So they're available to everyone supporting on the main Substack. They're available to everyone with a YouTube channel membership. They're available to locals members, Patreon supporters, or ex-subscribers. So if you have a YouTube channel membership, you're all set. You don't need to worry about it. So you can look over on the community posts or the post tab, and that will give you access to the Spy Stream. And I will be posting out about it this weekend if it happens. I hope it does. Everyone cross their fingers. And if it does, then Socialism Saturday is going to be about an hour later than it normally is. And that's just the way it goes. All right. So head over to the Substack, sign up for a membership, or grab yourself a YouTube channel membership, whatever is clever. If there's something going on protest-wise tonight, like at the ICE facilities, I may be back. But I need to go eat some dinner first because I've had 3 beers and no food. And that's bad. It's bad. Yep, you can. I will post it on Telegram as well. That's a good idea. Telegram is t.me/decode the left. Hang on, I'll put it in the chat. t.me/decode the left. This is my Telegram channel. Sign up for my Telegram channel. I will post notifications there as well. And I'm gonna go eat some dinner because I haven't eaten yet today. I've only had beer. That's always a great decision. But if there is stuff going on in Portland, I will be, that Christmas beer, fucking awesome. This beer, yeah, this beer is good. That was really great. I'm pretty drunk because of that beer. So if there's something going on tonight at the ICE facilities, I may do coverage tonight. And I don't care what the retards in Portland think about it. I really don't care. I do what I want. Okay. All right, guys. I will see you when I see you. And thanks for hanging out. And thank you for sending in all your super chats. And thank you for your support. I appreciate all of you. Take care, guys. We'll see you.
How are you feeling? How long have you been here? 3 months, May 17th. And what brought you here? That's difficult to answer. I'm not clear. How is it that playing the piano for people has eventually resulted in your being here in the hospital?
That's difficult to answer.